is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
You go Nigeria, you wake up, you go come. I just said now, I don't go Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. Slices of humor to keep you entertained and thrilled. We are the GPKM Street Talk Team. This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
You go Nigeria, you wake up, you go come. I just said now, I don't go Nigeria.
Where we discuss
Welcome to 360 Wellness. I'm your host, Andrea Barrett. Over the last 13 months, our health and wellness have definitely been top of mind. Never before have we had such conversation about our immune health and also about the healthcare system. When I say wellness, I'm not just talking about what you're eating, what you're drinking, what you're supplementing with, or how much exercise you're getting. But we'll get into the pandemic pounds in a later date. I'm talking about wellness. Total wellness. Wellness in your health, in your professional life, in your personal life, in your finances, in your relationships, and in your community. Wellness. 360 Wellness. Joining us today is our very first guest. It's Mr. Dwight Townsend, CEO of GoMedix Health. Stay tuned. Welcome back to 360 Wellness. I'm your host, Andrea Barrett, and I'm delighted to introduce you to our very first guest, Mr. Dwight Townsend, CEO of GoMedix Health. Hi, Dwight.
Hi, Andrea. How are you? Nice
Good.
to
So,
here.
Dwight, tell us, what does wellness mean to you?
Well, wellness means different things to different people. And I think wellness, to me personally, means that I am well enough and healthy enough to do the things that I enjoy, to play basketball with my son, to have a walk without pain, chronic pains, to enjoy activities, whether social or physical activities, free of pain, and having the choice to do that whenever I like. So it means different things to different people, but really, I'm right now, especially in the context of the pandemic, wellness to me means I'm corona free. Knock on wood.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's get right into this. So the pandemic, here we are, it's been 13 months. Tell us about your business, what you do, and how we can support you in terms of what you're doing for the community in relation to COVID-19.
Great. Well, GoMedix Health was started in 2018, and it started when my mom had a stroke, and I had 5 sick days at work. I was a busy working professional at the time, and as you know, 5 sick days doesn't really go far. If your kids get sick, if you need to take your parents to the doctor, if you break a leg, what have you. My mom had a stroke, and really within the space of 2 weeks, she had over 10 appointments. So those sick days were really dwindling really quickly. And oftentimes you have to make the choice between what day you can take off, when do you save those days. And I really wished I had a service that would be able to pick up my mom, take her to the doctor, and give me a full report. Unfortunately, there wasn't one, so I created one. So GoMedix Health was really born out of that experience. And from then, what we essentially is a patient transfer service. We dubbed ourselves Uber Health, really. The difference is, instead of getting John Doe or Jane Doe, we send you a nurse, we send you a PSW to really pick you up and take you literally from home, door-to-door service or bedside to bedside service back to your healthcare appointment or to your healthcare provider.
Okay, so I can totally relate. So I call myself a caregiver. So there were days, and as caregivers, there's a lot of stress and there's a lot of burnout. And having the ability to reach out for some help to a company that can help with transportation or to an organization that can support. But I can relate. I know what it's like when you have to go to work and you have to get your mom to a doctor's appointment and you have to get your dad to his medical appointment. So it sounds like the company that you have offers an alternative to people who need to get their parents or their loved ones to and from different appointments, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so now we realize the pandemic is disproportionately affecting our community, and I've noticed there are pop-up vaccination clinics happening all over the city. But I see that there is a barrier. There are people who can't get to these communities or can't get to these vaccination centers. What are you suggesting, and how can we reach out to you?
Well, our service really exploded. Unfortunately, Corona is just this pandemic in general has just been really devastating to really everyone. If you've never seen how people and process and things and the economy are all interconnected, you certainly see it during the pandemic. And one of the things that is really impacted people is the ability to just for basic transportation. So our company has really gotten a lot of business since the pandemic because personally, if you're COVID positive or you have COVID symptoms, getting out of the general population has been great. So our service has been contracted by many social service organizations, municipalities, and just individuals trying to get to a doctor's appointment, trying to get to a COVID test, trying to get to an isolation center, trying to get vaccination. So if people are concerned about just not being on the bus, not being in the public sphere, having to get to a medical appointment, GoMedix Health is a really great choice for that. And on top of that, you really get escorted with a healthcare professional, i.e. a PSW, an RPN, or even a nurse, depending on how severe of a chaperone or your medical conditions might be. So it's really a great service.
Okay, so now tell us about that. Why did you create a company that offers a chaperone service? So it's one thing to offer transportation. Do your staff wait for people once they're taken to the vaccination clinic or to their medical professional? And why did you choose to have a medical professional as a chaperone?
I think it's a great value add. When you think of, going to the doctors or just going to the doctor's office, oftentimes if you go to the doctors, there's a lot of advocacy sometimes that is needed. You get an appointment, you get to the appointment, and you're waiting 3 hours. And if you get up and ask the reception, well, I'm waiting for 3 hours, what's going on? Where am I on the list? It often becomes confrontational. Or if you ask for things out of the norm, it becomes problematic. So having somebody there to chaperone or to escort you, really, you partner with that person as a partner or as an advocate in your healthcare or the healthcare that you expect to get. Also, the big value add to that is you get. There's a big difference between having Jane Doe and a nurse or a PSW or a healthcare professional. It's a value add in that anything can happen to you during transit. For example, we had a gentleman that we transported last week who had a seizure in transit. And luckily, the person escorting the gentleman was a nurse. We do an intake whenever somebody calls to say, they need to go to the doctor. So we need to know, how sick are you? What is your symptoms? What is the purpose of your visit? How stable are you to transport? Mm-hmm. And we did an intake, and this gentleman was very stable. He never told us any history of a seizure or mental health issue. And in transit, we found out that the person had mental health challenges and had a seizure. And luckily for us, we had a nurse that was transporting this individual who knew exactly what to do in those situations. So I think it's an amazing value add. And I personally feel better if I were calling a service to transport my mom or my dad, knowing that it's a regulated healthcare professional doing that. Mm-hmm. It's just a great value add.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. Congratulations on the success of your company. Okay, so I have a question about vaccination clinics, which are popping up, which I think is great. So if somebody calls GoMedix Health and they need their loved one transported to a vaccination clinic, is your staff waiting with them? Are they just dropping them off? How does that whole thing work?
So we have wait and return service, and we have people who just needs a ride to the vaccination center, and that's it. We have people with chronic diseases, people with different stages of diabetes who really need that support. We have people who are just completing chemo or different type of treatments, and depending on the severity of how ill the person is, we ask, is this a wait and return service, or this person just need to be dropped off? So we offer both services.
Okay, that makes sense. So one question that people are talking about a lot is how the Black community is disproportionately impacted. What are your thoughts on why racialized community, the Black community, marginalized community seems to be having a harder time when it comes to COVID-19? Why, in your opinion, have we been disproportionately affected?
I think a few things. I think, first of all, culturally, the Black community is very diverse. And within that diversity, we have different health beliefs. You know, we're Caribbeans, we're people from continental Africa, there's Francophone Black people. So the community is so diverse. And within that diversity, people believe different things, and in those beliefs there comes different practices. So that's one. The other thing is, and that's most important, we have a lot of racialized and Black people that are on the front lines. These are your nurses, these are your PSWs, these are your social workers, these are your support workers. So we have an increased level of exposure to COVID-19.
Agreed.
Being on the front lines. So I think that's what also some of those reasons are some of the major reasons why you find that Black people are disproportionately affected. And thirdly, I think it's also a matter of trust. You know, the narratives that is coming out of COVID-19, whether it's about vaccination, whether it's about testing, whether it's about results, whether about even the validity of COVID-19 itself, is very diverse. So the trust issue for Black people within the community, we have not had a solid history of trust. History has not been kind to us with respect to the healthcare system or the larger, broader Canadian institutions. So there's systemic discrimination and discriminatory practice that's often part and parcel of these institutions. And so because of these trust issues or these inherent problems within the systems, we don't often reap the benefits of the great healthcare system that you know, the Canadian system is often touted to be. So among those things, I think definitely those are some of the reasons why we're disproportionately affected.
Okay, and so you see this as different in other communities. So let's look at the South Asian community or other communities. You don't think, based on your experience, that they've had the same issues that we've had?
I think it's a fallacy. I think there's definitely issues within every community, and I'm not South Asian. I'm not part of that community, so I can't speak to any type of experience of that. But what I can say, I think some of the issues I would suspect would be the same. As it relates to trust, I don't know to what degree that community really trust the broader healthcare systems, or what are some of their specific cultural and intercultural challenges would be. But I think there's still people of color. And I think within that context, right across the board, they're going to experience various levels of racism or racialization that's going to put them on the margins. And so in that reality, I think there would be disproportionate rates within those community, maybe not equal to, but certainly not comparative to the large population or the general population. There's also disproportionate rates in those communities as well.
Right, understood. And when we take a look at what's going on in broader society, we can see parts of Ontario or certain parts of the city which have been disproportionately affected, which tend to have more racialized groups in those areas. You mentioned healthcare workers or PSWs or RNs or RPNs. I can definitely relate to that. When I just look at my own family, we have a lot of people in healthcare. I could probably count 6 or 7 aunts alone that are either working in long-term care facilities or working in hospitals. And when you go visit them or you pick them up from work pre-pandemic, it is a lot of the nurses are women of color or men of color. So we are more represented on the front lines. I absolutely agree when it comes to healthcare. And as we're seeing in a lot of essential service workers, well, across the country, we tend to be disproportionately impacted. So it is my hope that we, get a handle of this as soon as we can and come up with proper solutions. Either solutions that can help get us vaccinated at a faster rate or provide options that get people transported to pop-up vaccine clinics at a faster rate, or just being able to support our frontline workers, our students, our professionals to get us in the best shape that we can. Before we go to break, I wanted to ask you another question about wellness. So our show is called 360 Wellness. Can you give us some examples of what self-care means to you and how you practice self-care? We know that right now everyone is having an extremely difficult time. We're not getting enough sleep. Our diet is all out of whack. We're not exercising as well or as much as we used to. And what it means to practice self-care means different things to different people, and during the pandemic has changed. Can you give us some tips on what you do to practice self-care?
For me, there isn't any magic formula to self-care. I think you just do what you like, do what you enjoy doing. If it's sleeping in 1 day a week or sleeping in an extra hour, if it's going for a walk, if it's playing a video game, if it's track, if it's sports, especially being isolated and people are in quarantine, the city being locked down. I think it's just finding those small nuggets of joy that you enjoy. Oftentimes, people think you need to go on a vacation, you need to be out of your home. People put too many parameters on simple things, and I think self-care to me personally is just doing the very simple things that you like. Do more of what you enjoy doing, and that's what I've been doing over this period of the city being locked down and while I was in quarantine and self-isolation, and I really find those to be quite enjoyable. Corona certainly slowed things down for a lot of people, and if it's one thing we have right now, it's time. So my suggestion or my thoughts on that is just use your time wisely, do that thing that you've always wanted to do, and do things you enjoy doing.
Okay, good. All right. So we have all of this time. What is that one thing that you are now doing now that you weren't doing before?
One thing I'm doing now is actually I'm spending a lot more time on my business. I've always been an entrepreneur at heart, and I'm spending a lot of time making connection with people and organizations I didn't have time for. I'm learning a new language.
Which one?
I'm learning a new language, French.
Oh, merci.
Yeah, bonjour.
Good for you. That's good. I just want to stop you there. I think that's fantastic that you're learning a new language, that you are keeping yourself busy, and that you are keeping your brain busy. That is so important, and I hope that everyone watching and listening will take this as an example. Use this time to improve yourself. Dwight is learning a new language. That is beautiful. So I would encourage everyone to pick up a new skill. Carry on, Dwight. What else are you doing with your time?
I'm really into Jamaican coffee right now, and I've been fortunate to have gotten like a few boxes recently, and so every morning I make it a routine to have some Blue Mountain Jamaican coffee, sit on my patio and just have some downtime, plan my day, and just have more time with nature. I love camping, I love hiking, and I've been doing a lot more of that. And I try to find at least an hour in the day to go walking. Where I live, there's a beautiful trail close by, so I find an hour every day on my lunch hour to either go running or go biking for at least an hour and then come back to my
Okay, this
work.
sounds good. So you're definitely keeping active. I want to hear more about this, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back on 360 Wellness.
This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
Why you go to Nigeria? You wake up, you go come. Ask yourself now. I don't go to Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. Slices of humor to keep you entertained and thrilled. We are the GPKM Street Talk Team.
Welcome back to 360 Wellness. I'm your host, Andrea Barrett, and our special guest today is Dwight Townsend, CEO of GoMedix Health. Dwight, can you give us your website? Let everyone know how they can get a hold of you when they're ready to book a transportation for their loved one or for themselves.
Sure. So my website is www.gomedixhealth.ca. So GOMEDICS Health HEALTH.ca.
Okay, and you liken yourself to the Uber of healthcare. When I need to get my mom to a vaccination clinic or I need to get her to a medical visit, someone from your team will come and pick her up alongside a chaperone from the healthcare industry, and they will take her to her trip, correct?
Absolutely. So you give us a call, we take a brief intake, see, how old is your mom? Does she need a wheelchair? Does she have any type of mobile aids? Is she stable enough to travel? Where were you going to? How long will it take? We send out a chaperone to get her. When we come to get your mom, you'll get a confirmation that we have arrived. When we depart, you'll get a text to see that we have left. And when we arrive at the location, you'll also get a text that we have arrived. And we return your parents home, you'll get a text to say the trip is complete. So you get a communication every leg of the journey, and you get a chaperone to accompany your loved one to and from the journey, from that destination.
Good. This sounds great, and I'm sure you've been very busy during the pandemic, and this is such a needed and helpful service to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves and taking care of our loved one. So before we went to break, you talked about fitness and what you're doing to keep yourself active. So tell us some more. So you said you started hiking.
So I've started hiking. I grew up in Jamaica, and I grew up in rural Jamaica. So I didn't like it at the time, but as I get older, it's something I really come to appreciate. So I really enjoy hiking. I like track and field. So my sport, or my sport of choice is really the 1500 and long distance. So in my older years, I'm really trying to get back to that. So I hike at least or run at least every day for an hour through the woods, and just enjoy finding a new trail. And it's been fantastic.
Okay, good. All right, so let's talk a little bit about food. So I'm going to take you through a lightning round. I'm going to ask you some questions. Just give me the first answer that comes out of your mouth. So when I say, Dwight, tell me about your comfort food. What is it?
Comfort food is, could that be a drink?
Sure, it can be a drink.
Comfort food is really coffee. It's really coffee. It's not the healthiest, but it's honest.
Okay, who says coffee isn't healthy? That's something we'll get into on a future show. It usually depends on what you're putting in your coffee. Coffee in and of itself is not a bad thing. I have been known to drink a lot of coffee myself. It all depends on what you put inside.
And that makes it healthy. And that makes it healthy.
Yeah. It all depends on what's inside. Okay, so tell us about breakfast. What is a typical power breakfast for this power CEO?
Breakfast for me is, I love eggs. I love a traditional breakfast. I like eggs. I love omelets with avocado, one slice of bread, not two.
Hardo bread?
Um, Hardo bread.
Hardo bread.
Hardo bread is it. I'm trying to wean myself off of that now, but I'm praying about that. I'm praying
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah.
So power breakfast, definitely an omelet every morning with avocado and my coffee.
Okay. And supplementation. Are you pro supplements or against supplements?
Not really against, but I like natural stuff. So whatever you're taking as supplements, I like to get that naturally from foods. I think supplements can be very lazy. Why not just get it in the food that you eat? So I prefer that route. I prefer that route.
Okay. And so, busy CEO, what do you do during the day just to take time out for yourself, just to recharge your batteries? Well, what is your wellness, your self-care tip for yourself?
For me, it's just really running. I will be in the middle of the day, and if I start my day at like 6:30, and by 12 o'clock, I've pretty much had it, and I will take a run for about an hour and a half, and it's like my day has just reset to just reset my day, and come back at about 1:30, and go till about 7 o'clock, and that's been really amazing. It kind of just breaks up my day because if you just go from 6:30 to 5, or 7, it's a long day. So taking a break in the middle of that, having a run, it does wonders for me.
Okay. All right, so I want to go back to the pandemic for a moment. So we clearly know there is no playbook, and our government officials are doing the best they can. If you had any advice
Mhm.
for the Ministry of Health, what would you advise them to do to get us out of this any quicker than we currently are?
Well, I think we have some amazing people who are or who's at the leadership of this and who are doing well. One of the things that I'd like to say about leadership, though, I'd like to see more racialized people in leadership. And I think the fact that the pandemic has disproportionately affect racialized people proves that there's a lot of racialized people that are in the healthcare system on the front lines. They're very knowledgeable. They're also very educated. They know the system. However, I don't think the leadership has really reflected their presence.
Okay, now
Um,
why is that? Let me interrupt you there. Why do you think we are missing? Because I've always said we need a seat at the table, and then there are people who say we need to have our own table. Why do you think that we are not a part of the decisions that are currently going on?
Um, well, I'm not opposed to having our own table, but until then, or in tandem with that, we need a seat at the table. And I think the reason we need a seat at the table because we all benefit from the one system. We live in Canada. The Canadian healthcare system has been touted to be one of the best, if not the best in the
Yeah,
world. And
agreed.
we need certainly we can have our own table, but we need a seat at that current table. And I find you have a lot of people who um, they go in marginalized, racialized communities who are doing extremely bad in and out of the pandemic, and none of these people look like you or live in those communities. And I think if you really want to affect some change, instead of applauds to the city, the premier, and the prime minister who have all contributed, or have made monetary contribution to various initiatives with respect to racialized communities, but post pandemic, that money is going to run out, and we need sustainable changes. And I think part of that sustainable changes is to make sure that there's representation at those tables. People who look like you, people who understand the issue of distrust, people who understand because they live in marginalized communities, people who understand those social conditions in which you live and expect to be happy and expect to grow and expect to prosper under in worse of conditions and worse situations. So I think those lived experience really will help to inform people and processes at the leadership level. And I think that really needs to be reflected post pandemic to bring some of these frontline people who have been um, tested positive for COVID and disproportionately affected into the leadership for it to look different and for things to for us to have different outcomes.
Good. So I want to ask you something. So I heard on the way here that there was a city in Ontario that, in a certain postal code, that was encouraging the Black and racialized residents to get to the front of the line to go and get tested before everyone else. And there are members in that community that are upset that it is the postal code is sort of being discriminated or split by race. What are your thoughts on that? Should a certain population, a certain group, maybe a gender or ethnic group, have a preferential seat at the table when it comes to getting their vaccine?
I don't really think it's a preferential seat. First of all, I never heard. I didn't hear that story. But my thoughts on that is, I don't think in that situation, I don't think it's a preferential seat. I think they're priorities, and if the priority is to vaccinate the elderly or people who are disproportionately affected, or people who have the greatest potential to affect and infect other people or the greater population, I think they're called priority for a reason. So I don't necessarily think that decision is really along racial lines. It's just that the people who are disproportionately affected are based. I mean, those are it's based on race. So if a Black person is deemed to be a priority based on their postal code, or a South Asian person is deemed to be a priority based on their postal code, I don't think it's a racial thing. I think it's a health priority. And the health priority could fall along racial, age, and I don't think it's political. It can fall along those lines.
Okay, so that being said, I've also noticed and heard that the vaccine clinics and some pharmacies that are offering the vaccinations are not in the areas where they're most needed. Do you think that is a political decision, or is that simply representing the demographics of the neighborhood?
Well, I don't think the vaccine should be based on where they're most needed. I think the most needed narrative is recent. I mean, before the vaccine was the vaccine, and everybody's going to get a turn, and everybody's going to get a vaccine. But as the need increases, the priority shifted, and so you're going to have vaccine in neighborhoods or in postal code that are not so-called the hot spots. Do they have a right to be there? Absolutely, because everybody who wants a vaccine should get vaccinated. I think the greater question or issue is, now that the priority has shifted, we don't have enough, and it's now an issue of availability, demand and supply. Who gets it? And so I don't necessarily think it's in a matter of I don't think it's a matter of appropriateness. It's a matter of priority.
Right, and you make sense. It is a matter of priorities. What do we do? I guess it's a societal question. What are we going to do if we don't have enough vaccines for the entire population? How do we prioritize? How do we determine who gets it and who doesn't get it, and what the frequency is? And that's not exactly a question I'm asking you to answer, unless you want to comment on it, but as a society, we're going to have to address that question. I know in hospitals, as the ICU is getting full, they are going into a triage state where they're asking themselves that very question: who becomes a priority?
So I think that's a really loaded question, and I think that's something that we are all trying to answer. My comment on that is, fortunately for us, I don't think we are at that point yet. I know definitely in the United States, they have come to that point in various states, and luckily, it's not my understanding is that we're not there yet in Canada. But in terms of priority, it makes sense if communities, neighborhoods, if people need the vaccine by in a sense of priority, whether it's you're a senior, whether it's children. The priority is based on the population or that group at the time. And you have to remember, if somebody's getting vaccinated, it's good for you. Because the likelihood of you getting COVID-19 from that person that is now vaccinated has substantially diminished. So I think getting somebody else a vaccine is probably one of those really unselfish thing that you can do honestly and with the greatest level of I guess, freedom and integrity. But at the same time, it's just recognizing that, somebody else is getting a vaccine is not necessarily a stripe or against you, because it's protection for you as well.
Exactly. Getting vaccinated reduces transmission. If we all play our part and do our role, we stay home, we isolate as much as we can, we wash our hands, we're wearing our mask, we're doing our role and our part in society in reducing transmission. So now that we are all at home, the pandemic is ongoing, tell me what was your biggest challenge when the pandemic first started? So I remember back in March. So think back to March 2020 when you had to move everything home, start working from home, kids were at home, everyone's at home. What was your biggest obstacle, your biggest challenge?
I think for me, for me, and I suspect for most people, the onset of the pandemic, I don't really think it really started sinking in till probably around 3 to 6 months in, because
Really?
the narrative was still changing. I remember telling family who wanted to visit, oh, it's just people with underlying conditions. It's really not that serious. It's I work in a healthcare environment, and I was hearing that from physicians. So, I mean, I don't know if it's being in that environment really desensitized me to that, but I really wasn't that concerned. The concern grew over time, when the city started went under its first lockdown. Your friends started dying, or people who have died. Um, then you really started to say, like, wow, this is really something. This is really serious. But if you really were to look back on the onset, um, it was an announcement. It was somewhat shocking, but a lot of people
Yep.
were just trying to make sense of what it is. Um, so really, I don't think the first 3 to 6 months was really that difficult. I think right now everyone is experiencing, pandemic fatigue. You
Yeah.
you get into this level of complacency where you just want to go back to normal, or you forget your mask, or you think it's okay without the mask. So that the narrative, the feeling, the emotions, they continue to change and to evolve.
Yeah, I can relate somewhat. I do remember March, clearly remember being in the living room and it felt like the world had just stopped. So I remember that moment and the phone just kept ringing and there was lots to do and lots to react and you needed to figure out what you're doing, what your family's doing and what this all means. But I can agree with what you're saying that it took some time to figure out what really does this mean for me. You talked about underlying health conditions and at the time we focused a lot on seniors and elderly and we saw the
Right.
catastrophe that happened in long-term care. And now
Right.
here we are 13 months later and we can see that different age groups, different demographics are being impacted and we need to still be keep our guard up and make sure that we're doing all we can to protect ourselves, that we can stay well and protect our loved ones. So
Absolutely.
practicing good hygiene, washing your
Absolutely.
hands, wearing your mask, keeping 6 feet away from everyone, only going outside if you need to go outside. But of course, getting your exercise, doing what you need to do, getting enough sleep and stress. Let's talk about sleep and stress. At the beginning, it felt like no one was getting enough sleep and our stress was off the charts. What are you doing to manage your stress? How do you manage your stress? And what advice do you have for our viewers?
I think in terms of stress, I think there's different stressors for different people. For me, being at home was not great, simply because my
Was it
entire
stressful?
family, it was stressful because my entire family is at home. You're
Yeah.
hearing dad, you're hearing Dwight, you're hearing every 2 seconds. So, you really learn to appreciate the commute and the peace you get
Ah,
in the chaos of a commute. So I think for me, that was a really big thing, was to figure out, how do I work from home with my son being here and with my wife being here and other family members, because she's also working and we all have different needs. So you have to make ground rules to say, I'm here but I'm not here, or I'm going to be in a meeting, don't knock on my door, don't come in here, I'm on a live broadcast. So those things really took some time. I mean, they seem small, but they were really stressful to figure out because you simply just didn't figure them out before. You have a routine where everyone is out of the house by 8 o'clock, and you come home at different time. And if I get home before I start dinner and vice versa, and it works. And now everybody's in the same place. The other thing I'd like to add as well, I think the way we look at work has changed for sure. And I think it's also changed for the better. I've always said, there's absolutely no reason why everybody needs to be at work for 8:30 or 9 o'clock, or everybody needs to be on the DVP, or like, why?
Why?
So now I think now that the pandemic has proven that you can almost work from anywhere. I think it has brought back a level of autonomy and trust, even between employers and employees. And oftentimes working from home, you work harder because, I've seen it with my wife. She's at that computer 8 o'clock every morning, and she doesn't leave till sometimes 6 o'clock. And if she was downtown, she would be commuting. She would have to leave to get that, 4:30 GO train. So you work harder, you work longer hours, and it certainly can be more stressful if you're not disciplined to say, these are my work hours, and this is the parameters in which I choose to perform. I sign on and I sign off. So it can be, I think those arrangements were a learning curve, and I think for a lot of employers and employees, I think it was a huge adjustment.
Yeah, I agree. I think employers and employees have learned, and even entrepreneurs like yourself, I'm sure you've learned to adjust your time and to do like a work-life balance. And I know that you've been very busy, and I want to congratulate you on your success. I see these GoMedix health cars just zipping across the city, you transporting clients and patients to their medical appointments. So I wanted to congratulate you and wish you well on all that you do. If you can tell us again what your website is and how people can get a hold of you when they're ready to do a booking to have one of their loved ones transported to a vaccination clinic or to see their medical professional.
Sure. So the website again is www.gomedixhealth.ca. GOMEDICS health HEALTH.ca. So you can get a hold of us and book directly from the website, and you can also give us a call at 941-2424. 9416-941-2424. 416-941-2424. So we work with a lot of social service organizations who really need this service for their client. Organization like, if you're you do any type of social services and you have clients, the clients need to get to that appointment. The clients need to get somewhere. We work directly with the organization to make sure those hard to reach clients actually get to where they need to get to.
I think this is a great service.
Appointments are really critical.
Yeah, this is a great service. You're at home with your child, but your older sibling or your mother or father has to get to the pop-up clinic. You call GoMedix Health, you get them in a ride, they have a chaperone, someone from the healthcare industry taking care of them. I think this is a great service. So again, want to congratulate you on your success. You're doing a great thing for our society and you're helping our community. We're very proud of you. And again, thank you for being our guest today. And I wanted to thank everyone for joining us and tuning in to 360 Wellness. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Follow us on social media, the GBKM Network. Visit our website, download our app. We're on the iPhone and we are on Android. And remember, 360 Wellness, it's not just about what you're eating and drinking and how much exercise you're getting. We want to empower you to be better, stronger, and healthier. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.
This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
You go to Nigeria, you wake up, you go come. I just said now, I don't go to Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more.
Welcome to 360 Wellness. I'm your host, Andrea Barrett. Over the last 13 months...
The bad news is that everyone is a potential victim, but the good news that everyone is a potential solution. Sensitize the masses to sanitize, keep a social distance and quarantine. Stop!
The coronavirus is sweeping over mankind.
Everybody must be alert. It's a global pandemic we can never take for granted.
Omulwadde wa corona temubuzanyisa bange.
Kila mtu must be alert. It's a matter of life we can never take for granted. Discipline and personal hygiene, and make sure you regularly wash your hands. Keep a distance from everyone. Report anything like a symptom. Serious fever is a symptom. Dry cough is a symptom. Walkway tamula is a symptom. Itchy eyes and flu is a symptom.
Abo bobulwadde bwekuuma obutabusiiga lwejjemu batannalwala olaga omwoyo gw'eggwanga olabira ku itale abasinga bafudde okubwewala kisingako obujjanjaba. The coronavirus is sweeping over mankind.
Everybody must be alert. It's a global pandemic we can never take for granted.
Omulwadde wa corona temubuzanyisa bange.
Kila mtu must be alert. It's a matter of life we can never take for granted.
The coronavirus is sweeping over mankind.
Everybody must be alert.
This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
Why you go to Nigeria? You wake up, you go come. Ask yourself now. I don't go to Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. Slices of humor to keep you entertained and thrilled. We are the GPKM Street Talk Team.
TV, the station with a vision, GBKM TV, the station with a difference now. Slim Flex said so. Big up Ghana, up. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you are on planet Earth today. My name is Kenny Bazwai, and you are welcome to Kenny Baz World Outreach. First of all, let me apologize for the late start today. We had planned to start a little bit early, but you know how it is with technology and everything. Today is a very, very beautiful, intriguing topic we'll be talking about today. We're going to be talking about a topic that a lot of people has been talking about online and it's been trending. Should children's DNA be requested in the marriage? And we have decided to involve some subject expert people to be part of this. We have from the United Kingdom, we have Dr. Loretta Ogboro Oko joining us from the UK. How are you doing, Doctor? I think you're muted. How are you doing, Doctor?
Good evening, GBK, and the other panelists in the house, and to everybody, wherever you are listening from. It's evening on a cold, or night actually, on a cold winter day in the United Kingdom.
Thank you
It's
very
nice to be
much.
here.
Thank you. And we also have our next panelist that's joining us, which is a community advocate, the vice president of the Nigeria Canadian Association, Toronto, Mr. George Chukwu, joining us from Toronto. Mr. George, how are you today?
Good evening, everybody. My name is George Chukwu, as you have heard, the Vice President of Nigerian Canadian Association, also the host of Global Access, entertainment show. I just want to welcome everybody here this evening, and also a warm welcome to my co-hosts tonight.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We also have here from Toronto another mega house lady, a powerhouse lady, Mrs. Winnie Osagie. She is the president and CEO of Winnings Women. We allow her to introduce herself better because, you know, nobody can actually do an introduction as anybody can do to themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mrs. Winnie Osagie. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kenny, and to our viewers out there. My name is Mrs. Winifred Osage. I am the president of Win Women International, Win Women Shelter, and I'm also the first lady of the Godson Foundation worldwide. I'm so pleased to be here, and to my co-panelists, I say a very big welcome, and to the viewers, I believe that we're going to have an interesting time, an informative time tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I know that we are all synchronized together now. The topic we are talking about today is something that is maybe our producer want to put all of us in the screen so that people can see all of us and see where all of us are coming from. The topic we are talking about today is a very sensitive one, and as God may have it, we have 2 men and 2 women in this manner, which makes it really fun. But I'm not sure what the producer did. We have 2 women aligning together and 2 men aligning together. I don't know if that's an Nigeria INEC move. But however, we are here now and we're going to do our best. Mr. George, I'm going to start from you. As a community leader, an advocate, also what we call OAP, on air personnel, should DNA be requested in a marriage? When I say in a marriage, I mean you are married, you have children, and then what next? You all of a sudden you want a DNA.
Well, I will answer that question on different sides. You know, are we coming from a cultural standpoint, or traditional standpoint, or social standpoint? Are we coming from a spiritual standpoint, as in religious standpoint? Because the question is very relative and depending on the time when the DNA is being requested, because there are so many things that could be in question at this particular moment. But if you're coming from a social standpoint, I'm going to start from there, whereby marriages these days have really come down to the point where it's, not a Hollywood kind of marriage where people are really not really committed to the separateness of the marriage. Indeed, if that is the point, yes, there might be a time when, if the husband is doing his own thing and the wife is doing, her own thing, and there is really no trust in the relationship, then there could be a yes situation whereby, because there is no trust, therefore you can request for DNA. But when it comes from a religious standpoint, or what I call a Christianity standpoint, where the marriage is between only one wife and one woman until death do you part, and trust is really the foundational key there. I don't think that that's acceptable in that particular case, because two has become one flesh in this particular case. Now, if we are coming from also from a cultural standpoint, it's questionable whether that should be allowed, because from a cultural standpoint, both of you has become one, and you are supposed to be trusting one another. There ought to be some kind of confidence that is taking place in that in the marriage. So yes and no is my answer.
Wow, that's amazing. I want to hear from Dr. Loretta as a physician, and I know, yes, we are all here in diaspora, but guess what? You're also a mother, a woman. What is your take on this?
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Chukwu for his very nice categorization, but apparently he left out possible medical reasons why people may want a DNA. And in the medical field, if I just add that to what he has said, sometimes it becomes necessary. Maybe you want to double check some genetic diseases, or there are things you want to find out medically. Now, the morality of having DNA tests is probably what you are asking me to comment on. And the truth is, when it is outside of a necessity, i.e. medical, sometimes travel reasons, some countries, when you are migrating, they do ask for DNAs. I don't think that for social reasons, DNA is necessary. And this is my honest opinion. And I'm saying this from a position of experience, a position of having spoken to a number of people, and a position of having seen what this kind of tests can cause. I think from a social point of view, or a random societal point of view, what we've seen in the past few days or weeks on social media, I think it's just not necessary, because being a father or a mother is not only a biological thing. You can, fatherhood it doesn't mean because you produced sperm or egg that you are fulfilling the criteria for motherhood and fatherhood. There's a lot of psychology involved in it. And we must also remember, before we start castigating people, that there are individualized and varied circumstances. And sometimes, in my experience as a medical practitioner, I've seen where men have infertility problems and women go out, even sometimes with the consent of these men, to have children outside. But when quarrels set in, or the harmony is broken and the center cannot hold, then the issue goes into the public domain. And those who were not there when these agreements were contracted start to be judge and jury. So we need to be very careful. And in my opinion, as far as you trust your partner and there is no medical reason for it, no official reason for it, I don't think you should be having a DNA test. If we all tested ourselves, tested our mothers and our fathers and all our siblings, you'll be surprised what we'll find.
On the note of surprise, I want to go to Mrs. Osagie. How are you doing today? I see you almost looking like you're taking note and so on. I am curious on which angle you're going to come in. You are a very religious lady, a community leader, and an influencer. As a woman that is representing a huge network of women, what is your take on this?
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenny. And of course, I gladly welcome every opinion from every other panelist on here today. And of course, we cannot all have the same perspective on every issue. And for me personally, I would like to come in from the religious point of view, just from the spiritual point of things. And, when I was basically, I'm a science student. I want to start by saying that I have a BSc in physiology. And so when the whole issue of the whole DNA thing came to be, I was like, okay, let me just go back and take a look, not just for, the knowledge of book or exams. And I found out that the very first person who used DNA testing was for a criminal investigation. And that was in 1984. So I'm saying that to say, as the word of God says in 2 Timothy, that in the last days, even as we're beginning to see that a lot of people become lovers of themselves, lovers of money, lovers of this world, a lot of people get into marriages for the wrong reasons. And so, in my own opinion, in my very humble opinion, I would like to say yes, that a DNA test, especially when there's no trust between a couple, should be something that's important. It should be absolutely carried out. And, it's not normal for you to have should I say, a home or a marriage where both parties trust each other, and then the issue of a DNA test just springs up from nowhere, and the woman is fretting, and she's beginning to say, oh, if I do this, that means you don't love me, that means you don't trust me, that means the marriage is over. The word of God, also says that a clear conscience fears no accusation. So if that for any reason at any time should come up, I don't see why a person who isn't guilty should fret or start making a fuss.
But talking about that should come up, Mr. George and Dr. Loretta, you both mentioned, mostly Dr. Loretta, in your submission, you mentioned about trust, that if once you are together, don't you think, in your experience, have you seen scenarios where that has impacted the trust in the family?
I have seen real life scenarios where a couple, a man asked for a DNA test. And after doing the DNA test, he turned out he was the father of that baby. And the wife never forgave him for dissing her trust, for thinking that she wasn't trustworthy, for doubting her at all. It was even worse because this is a man who is a philanderer, a man who is a flirt. And at the end of the day, he came home and accused his wife of
Wait a minute. You keep a man. The way you were saying a man is a lot of emphasis.
I'm not saying all men. I said a man. Okay, let's get it. I'm telling you a real life story here. Okay, I'm not making this up. So at that point, the wife was very upset. She wasn't happy. For the rest of her life, she wasn't happy. Okay, and that broke that marriage. Now, people came and spoke to her and said, forgive. The Bible says forgive and, move on. And she said she had forgiven and she'd moved on. But she doesn't see how the man can really ever trust her again. And then she asked a simple question. What if it was the other way around? Would she have been forgiving, and would people have said move on? Again, let's be very, very careful. I think because I see these things in real life play out. Our societies, especially the Black ethnic minority societies, if I use our home country, Nigeria, for instance, male infertility is something that is really covered up, okay? And you have women in marriages for ages. I've seen many men, my friends, they tell me the wife at home hasn't had a child for eons. And maybe they've gone for different investigations. And these men sometimes don't go. Infertility is a couple disease, but you find out sometimes these men don't go. And then you find out he comes home and says, a side chick has had a child for me. Most times I just smile and I laugh. Because the probability that if the woman in the house hasn't given you a child, and you are telling me that woman was fine, nothing was found, and you haven't gone, the probability that the child outside is not yours is high. So if 10 years down the line, you leave that wife number one and marry wife number two, and 10 years down the line, you find out those children are not yours, who to blame? Who to blame? And like I said, some people enter intentional contracts on covering up. Women, especially of Nigerian descent, African descent, tend to cover up for their male egos, the egos of the men around them. So sometimes they even agree. But when it goes burst, the woman is blamed. And these are real life scenarios.
I see Mr. George trying to come in from a different angle, and let me say this clear. I'm just moderating. So, Mr. George, sometimes you may feel alone because you see the two women are there, but don't worry, I got your back. Let's go. What do you have in mind? How do you come into this, knowing that first of all, I also know, I'm sure I did not read that on my open remark, that you are also a man of God. You are a pastor. And I'm happy. Looking at it from the religious part of it and a community part of it now, you kind of wear a double hat. So compare and contrast the scenario, the bank scenario, the man that died, the little children, and the community and everything. Do you agree? Do you think it's actually right just to save the credibility of that wife? Because should it turn out that you are the father, the woman may never be happy with you and she would think you don't trust her, should you just let go and let it slide under the bus?
Well, from a social standpoint, I mean, I'm talking about like Nigerian, social standpoint, what just happened not too long ago, it is a very sad situation. And also I have experienced not too long ago, maybe about a year or two ago, I went to a lounge, and so while we were sitting down just discussing, a man came in and was almost just dropped in the chair and was almost fainting and was asking for some drink. So later on, the guy who owns the lounge came in and said, "Oh, guy, you're here?" And he said, yes. So, "Oga, just take it easy. I'm coming. I'll know what you like. I'll bring it to you." So they brought a bottle of drink for the guy, and the guy just took two big shots of Hennessy and gulped it, and bent over like this and was shaking his head. So anyway, the guy came in and sat with him, and he was like, "What is going on, sir? I'm so sorry to hear all of it." The man was so distraught. He wanted to die. He wanted just the ground to open up. They got 4 kids, and he came to Canada, and then started applying for for them to come in. And there was a requirement to do these tests. And when the tests were done, he discovered that 3 of the kids were not his, only one was his. And this guy did not know what to do. He was like, "What do I do? How can I look at these children again?" And then I came to Dr. Loretta's standpoint. I was advising the man, listen, the point about this situation is just simply because you submitted your sperm to a woman to be pregnant does not make you a dad. These young children already see you as their father. You might not be the one that actually, your gene might not be the one, or your seed might not be the one that created them. But consider what you would do to these children if they were to find out. How would you think it would destroy them completely? And we advised him. It was a very difficult situation for the man, to encounter. And number one, don't forget, breach of trust is something that can destroy somebody, like what we are seeing right now with this individual that just dropped dead. Many people might not even understand it because, so to me, yes, indeed, there are some medical reasons whereby 2 couples might decide, okay, this is the way we ought to do it, simply because let's hide my situation or whatever it is. But because of the social status of Nigeria today, and I am so sorry for the 2 ladies that are here, you guys are exceptions, and a lot of other ladies are exceptions to this. But generally in Nigeria, the moral code has been destroyed. I am so serious. It used to be, when I was younger, I was in the US, they used to encourage me, go back home and find you a wife. Go back home, this is where you go, and you find somebody who is going to be there for you, a trustworthy woman. I don't think it is that way these days. And everybody that wants to go back to Nigeria to get married, the only thing I'm telling them is only God will give you the right woman. Pray. Don't just go and pick up a beautiful face. Don't just go and pick up a family because this is this family or whatever. Because you can come from a very perfect family. Some of them are the worst. So in essence, really, when a young lady begins from secondary school and then begin to experience some of these things that they're experiencing in Nigeria, all of a sudden, after many years, your parents might not even know what you're doing.
So
and then you get married.
I'm going to
you
come
get
in.
married to a man. What happens to really nothing to go out there and do whatever they want to do?
So I'm going to come in. I'm going to piggyback on what you're saying, and then I kind of loop it back to Mrs. Osagi. You mentioned something that why are you afraid if everything is good? Why not just do it if the man wants? You think DNA should be something that is normal and it should be accepted. So Dr. Loretta, let's take it as piggybacking on what the Vice President of Nigeria Canadian Association has said, that the moral conduct is disrupted. They are no longer the way it is. So why will you not just say, okay, in that case, why if you have nothing to hide? By the way, those guys that are commenting on social media, we are seeing you all. We're going to read your comments soon, and we'll open the lines for people to call in. But I just want to drill down a little bit now. Why will you not say it's as simple as ABC? Let us say, though, if you don't have it, they said clean conscience, fear no accusation. I see Madam even echo it while I'm saying it. So it means I have 1/2. So, Dr. Loretta, do you not think this could be a case of clean conscience, fear no accusation?
First of all, I'm going to answer your question, but to Mr. Chuku, a lot of things you said are true, but I beg to disagree with Nigerian women, morality going down in Nigeria. Morality is going down everywhere in the world. It's not limited to just the Nigerian woman. Let's not vilify the Nigerian woman here. In fact, the Nigerian woman is a prisoner of culture, a prisoner of stereotypes, a prisoner of not being able to.
Whoa! A prisoner of culture. That is heavy.
It's true. And then I have worked in Nigeria and I have worked abroad. I have worked with women for the greater part of my post-university days till now. And that's a long time. That's about 20 years. And I'm telling you something, Penny. If a woman wants to deceive you, there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Anywhere in the world. That's the truth. Let's be honest. Let's not keep saying Nigerian women. Anywhere in the world. I work with women here. But at the same time, let's be careful. Because if a woman doesn't want to deceive you, there's also nothing you can do about it. So let's be very practical. And the law says that it is better to let one criminal go than to accuse people falsely.
So you will say, go ahead.
So I think that if we've got trust issues, that is when people even start to think about DNA in a social context, when it's not medical and when it's not legal. Illegal, a man has died, there are like 13 children, and he said everybody must do a DNA before they partake in my will. So that's completely a different setup. But if you are in a relationship, if you are married, you're in a conjugal relationship, and all of a sudden you come home one day and you're asking for a DNA, something's wrong. Something's wrong in the sense that you don't trust that person. Something's happened. Something's triggered it.
So are you saying we should go back now to the source of
Kenny, I don't want to lose my train of thought. Let me just end in this sentence. There is something we practice in obstetrics, and that is if you want to do a screening test, i.e., for instance, I want to do a Down syndrome screening test, and at the end of Catholic, and I don't do abortion, I don't do feticide, I'm not going to do anything about the outcome of that test. Why are you screening? That's the question. So if you are doing a DNA test and you know that you love your wife, you love these children, you've come to embrace fatherhood, why are you asking for a DNA test when it's not medically inclined, it's not legally inclined? It is only maybe if it's legally or medically inclined that is worth it.
So I
And
want.
sometimes you may do it and it is not even right. In rare cases, there are errors as well. So I'll leave it here and let other people talk about it.
Before, okay, go ahead. Before you go, Mr. George, I would like Mrs. Usagi to weigh in on this because you also said that, clean conscience. I'm just, kind of paraphrasing, using my own word, shouldn't fear accusation. But don't you feel that the lady or the person in question will feel like, why are you doubting me? And afterwards, if the child happens to be the legitimate child of that man, there's going to be a fracas.
I personally believe, first of all, I mean, I really appreciate the views of the other panelists on here and saying that if you do not, if it's not your seed, if it's not, your actual biological child, it doesn't mean you cannot be a father. But I am of the opinion that every man who has biologically fathered a child has the right to know if that is his biological child. If we want to go adopt children, if we want to go help kids are less fortunate, or house kids who are orphans, that is a totally different issue. But for a man who is giving his seed to a woman with the trust or belief that this is his child, I feel like if for any reason and at any point in the relationship there is a reason for distrust, he has the right to know if his seed or not, regardless if his responsibilities as a father are going to continue or not. But he has the right to know if that is his seed, spiritually speaking and biologically speaking as well, because there are medical implications, there are genetic implications, just so on and so forth. So I am of the opinion that every man has the right to know if a child is actually from his loins. And also the issue of a fracas, the issue of maybe quarrels or troubles in the home after the test is requested. I think, after the test, if, for example, I were to have kids and for some reason my husband comes home and is like, babe, I think we need to do a DNA test. Um, First, I would be like, okay, what happened? Did you hear something? Did somebody say something to you? But me as a person, because I'm very straightforward, I don't like to beat about. I would say it's fine. We go do the test. I'm saying what I would do and what I really feel like a woman who has nothing in her closet should do. Do the test and then discuss what it is that made him come home suddenly to demand for a test. Whether or not the children are his, right? So why is the issue of a DNA test such a big problem? I mean, it's there for a reason,
Mr.
correct?
George,
And also the socioeconomic gap, especially in Africa, and if we want to look at the level of poverty, especially in Africa now, not even just relating to African women, if we want to look at that, I would say there is every need for us to do this DNA test, because we see a situation where women are using pregnancy to try to tie down men who are successful financially, and a lot of other cases like that, not only streamlining it to Africa or Nigeria but all around the world. But if we want to look at the opportunities that are available to both men and women, especially in Africa, Nigeria per se, of course there's such a huge gap. And so now we see where rich men are escape routes for women out of poverty, out of a life that they feel they deserve more. So at this point I would like to say, of course, I still stand my ground, and I would like to encourage a DNA test if for any reason you have a doubt, or if you just want to know. And also, in my last message, I said there could also be, maybe medical errors. Especially in Africa. I just like to use Africa as a case study because clearly I'm from there, and a lot of the things that I have experienced are from there as well, or people from there. We have hospitals where they don't have tags for the babies, or they mix babies up, or even still for the greed of money and for the love of money, for the love of this world, some nurses, some medical practitioners are being paid to switch babies up. And even for, let's say, the gender situation, for example, Nkechi might have a son and someone else who has had 5 daughters is wanting a son, they might pay the doctor or the nurse a huge amount of money to switch the baby up. So, along the line, maybe when the child is 5 and the baby starts developing some kind of ailment or some character traits that are not particular to either of the parents, at that time, of course, even a mother should be able to say, okay, I think I need to do this, So I really don't think the DNA test should call for any fracas in a home. And even if maybe trust is the issue, it's something that can be discussed and it can be worked on. That's how I feel. That's my opinion.
Wow, beautiful. I see Mr. George wanted to weigh in. I do have a way to bring the Dr. Loretta in, but I want Mr. George to weigh in first. But before you weigh in, if you're watching on Facebook, please share, tag, follow us, and tell a friend to tell a friend. Comments, because we're certainly going to be reading all your comments here on that's coming out on Facebook. But guess what? We have a surprise for you guys today. If you're just watching us for the first time, we recently just launched our app on Apple. So go on the Apple Store, look for GBKM and download the app. But it's not done there. Once you download the app, take a screenshot and email it to admin@gbkm.fm. Let me say it again, admin, ADMIN, @gbkm.fm. Send your screenshot there. You will enter a draw that will be drawing on Sunday for a $50 credit card, a $50 gift card. So wherever you are in the world, you can use it from anywhere in the world. So download the app now. Send it to the email admin@gbkm.fm. Now, for those that are watching on Facebook, let me quickly say this: if you agree that a DNA should be something to practice in your matrimonial and in your marriage, say yes. If you disagree, say no. So let me see your comment. We want to see your impact. I want to be able to hear what you're saying, if you're saying yes, if you're saying no. Mr. George, I'm bringing you in as a guy in on this panel, and I see the angles which you have come in, and I know you wanted to butt in now, so please go ahead.
Well, anyway, I thank Winifred for that assertion that she just made. I believe that, if there is a common level of understanding between a husband and a wife in regards to, having confidence in one another, that's what we call I trust, but I do want to verify, for some of the reasons why she mentioned. Also, there are other areas that needs to be considered, and I believe that Dr. Loretta might even give us a little bit more insight in this. And this is what you call super fecundation or fecundation. I don't know whether that's a way to pronounce that. And this is where a woman could actually conceive with two eggs from two different men all at the same time. Like maybe they had intercourse today, and then tomorrow she goes and have an intercourse with another man, and another egg receives that sperm, and twins will come out with two different fathers. That could be one reason why, when one of them might be having a different DNA that might not match the dad, and so on and so forth. And another area of it is called, chimera, whereby an individual, one person can have two DNA simply because of whatever that could happen. But these are rare. So under normal circumstances, the DNA test is 99.9%. That's what we understand. But anyway, I'm coming from this standpoint based on, what has been happening around the world. 20 years ago, being a homosexual is not something that is so easily acceptable in North America or in Europe. But today, such things have become like something you can't even rise up and say anything. Even if from a religious standpoint, a lot of people, shy away from it. But, so what I'm saying in marriages today, it depends on two individuals, the way that they trust one another, or the way that they feel about their relationship. I believe if need be, for medical reasons or for whatever the case might be, that somebody might be able to say, okay, honey, I think we need to go and do a test, DNA test. But also, I have to sound a warning, like Dr. Loretta just did. It could become a dire situation where there was absolute trust in a relationship, and because of the demand to do a DNA test, that relationship could be dead if there is not a common level of understanding between the two before that, even the request was made. So I am still, based on what is going on in our societies today, that yes, indeed, it is something that two a couple, but to even discuss that okay, we're going to do a DNA test. Are you asking DNA test because you want to ensure that the child is yours? Because if that is the case, that means you believe that your wife might have, gone somewhere and done something. So that's actually breaking that, trust that you're supposed to have. So that is the warning that I will have in that area. But, I still stand. I know that one says yes and another one says no. I stand on yes and no, depending relative to the condition of things.
Yeah, but let me now throw back to Dr. Loretta. In your experience, your medical experience, do you not think it's of a solid ground to say that there could be errors during childbirth, for example, proper tagging? As Mrs. Osage said, that it could even be for financial reasons where people are swapping children and so on and so forth. Don't you think that's a sufficient ground to say it is a thing that should be done in a matrimonial? Speaking from your experience.
You see, let's be very careful. I've been using this word. Let's be careful. And let's try and individualize cases and take them on their own merits. I'm saying this thing because for people like us who see these things play out every day, practical ways, we are very careful when we're speaking. GBKM, the truth is DNA testing is also prone to errors. One of the chief ones is even human error. From sample collection, if the man collecting it is tired, sleepy, he may mislabel the samples and it becomes a huge error, okay? And then even sometimes in the test itself, that's why you see sometimes they tell you they want to rerun the test because you're looking at the pieces. I don't want to use all the big technical words and jargons, but sometimes you have to rerun it and rerun it again until you get up to 99.95%, 99% accuracy. So it is fraught with errors, but in a large number of cases where you have proper regulation and standardization, it is correct. But I want to respond quickly to both my fellow panelists. I want to comment on the gender gap that Mrs. Osage mentioned and saying that women sometimes use pregnancy to trap men. I want to say this without equivocation here, that women also, because we're all thinking of DNA in the context of, oh, a woman is being checked to see if she's the parent, or a man is being checked to see if he's the parent, or something like that from one angle. Look at it on the flip side, and I've seen this. Women have been drugged. Women have been gang raped. Women have been impregnated by people who they don't know. Family members sometimes, and they've had to do DNA in some of these cases. Let's be very, very careful the way we look at issues. And even for issues that come into the public domain, I will maintain again from my experiences that none of us were there. None of us knows what goes on in those houses. You only hear it when the story has broken. And a lot, Maggi, salt, pepper, curry is added to all of these stories. Let us think about those women who, in the name of gender gap, and in the natural problems of the girl child in different social cultural milieu, those house girls who Oga would rape, if they were educated girl childs in the first place, or girl children, they won't be doing house helps at that time, or they will be empowered enough to complain and say, I'm being sexually harassed. I have seen cases where rich father-in-laws have impregnated their sons' daughters against the will of those women. And he will tell the woman, if you don't agree to sleep with me, I will disown your husband. These cases come to us in the hospitals eventually. But when that breaks on social media, you're going to hear, oh, DNA has been done. The man is not the father of the child. In most cases, do we ever find out who the father of the child is? Do we find out? So if man A goes for a DNA test, he's not the father of the child. Do we then find out who the father of the child is? Those of us looking from the outside. You know, Again, I will say individualize each case, take it on its merits, and be holistic in your judgment. Don't look at it from one side. Please, let's be very careful. If you are asking for a DNA, something is wrong, you've got trust issues. And if you know that you've got trust issues and you actually do that DNA and you're not going to do anything about it, I've given an analogy. If you're not going to do anything about it, if you're not going to drive those children away, if you're not going to drive your wife away at the end of the day, you still love her. Nobody is perfect. There is no use for you stirring the honest nest. There is no need for you going after DNAs when it's not medically requested, it's not legally requested, and it's not requested because of country migration. There's no need.
I'm going to come now. Let me go to Mr. Saigi. For the peace of the nation, let me use my own word now. You're not going to fire your wife. Let me use the word fire now. Or divorce, separate. Do you think there should be no need for the DNA?
Irrespective, I mean, like Pastor George rightly said, how they were able to encourage the man who they met at the lounge to, still father the kids, irrespective of whether or not you want to, withdraw the responsibility of taking care of those kids. I still stand the ground, and I'm carefully saying that every man, if there is a breach of trust whatsoever, I like to think of it as the same way a woman might be like, I want to see your phone, babe. It's almost similar. Maybe just because he's been acting a little bit shady around the house, he's been coming home sometime maybe past the usual time. I feel like if we can demand for that as women, I don't see why, if there is something that looks like it isn't right, why it should be a problem for a man to request that. Every man deserves the right to know if that is his actual seed. So
on this note, once again, if you're just joining us, we are really digging deep into this, what I call DNA saga that is rocking the social, the cyber space right now. And we thought we should bring subject expert matters, people that have experience in the community, in the field, even leading women to talk about it. So you haven't really mixed a lot. We are just in the middle of it now. But share. If you are watching on Facebook, share, follow, like our page. We do have an app that we recently just launched on Apple that is that you can download. We are waiting by the end of this week. We should be able to launch the Android, but for the Apple users, you are lucky. So you will be taking a $50 gift card home should you be the winner. So download the app, take a screenshot, email it to admin@gbkm.fm. The email address is admin@gbkm.fm. We're going to quickly go on a commercial break and pay the bills. When we come back, we will continue from where we stop. Thank you very much, and do not go nowhere.
Now we can officially say that the app is out, but only for now in the App Store, so only for our Apple users. I'm sorry, Android, we're just gonna have to wait just a little bit longer, but don't worry, that's coming for you too. But you can get the GBKM app right on the App Store, where you can do everything you can do on the website. Check out the past shows, check out upcoming shows, you get notifications from when we go live, so you can just take us on the go with you everywhere you go, and you won't have to worry about.
Welcome back to GBKM. Again, if you're just joining us on the commercial break, my name is Kenny Bazwai, and you are on Kenny Bazwai Outreach, where we dig deep to the tap roots and then bring it out to the front line and bring a hot topic to the table. Today, we're talking about should children's DNA be requested in marriages. I have right there from United Kingdom, Dr. Loretta Oboro. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much. I have Madam Mrs. Osagie from here in Toronto. Thank you for joining us.
thank you.
We also have one of our community leader and on-air personnel, the Vice President of Nigeria Canadian Association, and he is also a pastor here from Toronto, our brother, Mr. George Chukwu. Thank you for joining us. Now that we're here, we were talking about the DNA issue, and everybody has weighed in. So let me quickly wind back now to everybody. Maybe we want to look, as we took a deep breath, we just spilled the beans, we came back. I want to look at it holistically now. Do you think, I'm going to start from Mr. George. Do you think the absence of DNA in the family or the presence of DNA in the family, which one do you think would do more harm?
Like I said before, that question is also relative. It's relative to the point why the DNA is being requested. Also, that's one. Number two is relative also to the husband and the wife's understanding with one another, and like I called it, what you call the modern marriage these days, where there is a common level of understanding, I do my own thing a little bit, you do your own thing a little bit. So if that is understood to that point, and then you begin to ask is it possible for us to have I would really like to have a DNA test here. But honey, I never slept with anybody while I was on that, wanted to be pregnant, or at the point where I'm supposed to be pregnant, but let's just make sure of it. So, in a situation like that, all these things are relative. And I can see Dr. Loretta's, admonition and warning, because it could bring about, the destruction of a good relationship, whereby there was inadequate trust between the two, but also all of a sudden, because of the demand, let's just say you hanging with your friends, or maybe I go to, in that particular case, I was at this lounge, and this stuff happened, and then all of a sudden, men gather together and begin to discuss, and somebody else say, well, I discovered the same thing with my wife. One of my kids are not mine, and then all of a sudden, a bell rings in the mind of the man, and then you go home and say, honey, look at what I experienced today, and you tell all the stories, and finally you say, I believe that we need to have a DNA test for our children. And the woman could be that somebody who is so dedicated and given to you completely, that will actually destroy the foundation of that trust and marriage. So, to me, it's relative, whereby why are we asking for DNA? If it's not broken, why try to fix it? To me, if the relationship, you trust your wife and you love your wife and you have no reason to believe that anything happened, I would not advise you to ever, even begin to think about it or go there. But if there are question marks anywhere, yes, indeed, if you want to make sure, you can. That's what I believe.
Wow.
By the way, can I add something else? I don't know, Dr. Loretta, maybe you can let me know about this one. For me, I have an internal control that lets me know when I have fathered a child. As a matter
How
of
so?
fact, yes.
How so? Like you have an internal GPS?
Internal GPS that lets me know. No, I don't know why. I don't know how this has happened. But every time I have fathered a child, I am the first one to have the morning sickness. I don't know. It's happened every time.
Is there a medical explanation to that?
I will be the first one to have the morning sickness. And when I have that morning sickness, that's when I begin to is everything okay in there? And it's happened every single time. So for me, I'm content. I don't need to ask, because if I am to father one, I will know when that thing gets in there. And in a month or two before then, I will really get sick and I will start throwing up and all that kind of stuff. It's happened to me all the time. So maybe I'm a real one.
That sounds very outlandish. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna because of this question, and I will take Dr. Loretta first. So you're gonna address both, if you will. First of all, is there a medical explanation to Mr. George GPS? I will call it. And second of all, the question I asked him, I'm putting the same question to you now: the absence and the presence of DNA in the marriage, which one is more catastrophic?
Oga George,
Yes,
well done. I'm impressed. being a medical researcher at the same time as being an obstetrician and gynecologist, I am going to say to you that we need to put this your theory to test. We will need, unfortunately, I don't think we can randomize for these experiments, but it would have been nice to subject it to further research. I don't know how we do that. Maybe marry you up to 4 women and we make all of them pregnant and we see how you have money sickness with all of them or something. I really don't know. But honestly, what you said is astonishing to me as a researcher. It's astonishing to me as a medic. However, with my knowledge of psychology, it's not impossible. You can be that close to somebody that you can actually feel their innermost pains, even across time and space. So on that level, it could be possible, or maybe very spiritually connected. But in terms of science and medicine, I can't explain that. Okay? Now,
I have wondered about that, and I've discussed it, extensively.
Some men, they want to contact you after this program to buy this.
I see. To be honest, I see a new business. I see a new career there. We can try and see what we can do.
And then to answer GBK, I want to reiterate something I said before. Okay, fast go, rewind 20, 30 years ago. The DNA technology was not that rampant. Okay, rewind again some 40 years ago, it probably just wasn't there. Okay, now as with all new technology that is catching on, people are excited to try it and put it to use. I will still maintain what I am saying, that if we all go back and do DNA for our siblings and ourselves, we will be surprised what we will find. And I'm saying this in my experience as a doctor that
No, but can I follow up? Can I butt in for a minute?
Yes, you can.
On which grounds, on which basis do you believe that? Because I just got an email here saying that 85% of all the firstborn, if we were to take Nigeria as a case scenario, are not biologically owned by their father. Not from what you're saying now, it kind of corroborate what the email says. So on which basis do you come to this?
Let me give you a live example. I will give you a live example. And please, let's stop saying Nigeria because it's worldwide. But 2 things are happening now. There's what we call confounding in research. And the confounding factor here now is that we have social media, we have news flying at the speed of light. So what happens in GBKM's house in Toronto, Canada, I can have access to it within minutes in my house in Nigeria. Okay? So that is some of the things that is making it look like, oh, this is so bad now. We all need to base our marriage and relationships on DNA. There is no perfect person. We are all imperfect. People make mistakes. Okay? And then GBK, to give you a reason why firstborns are that way, let me give you a very practical reason from my obstetric experience. Most times when women are dating men, okay, a lot of the time, many men are not serious in the beginning, unfortunately, especially if they are your age mates, the same age group, and you can't blame them. They are probably not just really ready for a marriage at that time. And that woman is in that relationship. Now, just another man comes along who looks a lot more ready. And he just says, I want to marry you. And she thinks about it and says, well, I don't seem to have a future with this one. This one wants to marry me. But she had sex with that one maybe 2 weeks ago. She's broken it up these 2 weeks now. She's already pregnant for that one. She doesn't know. Some mistakes genuinely happen. Let's be very careful. I have seen them. Okay? And at the end of the day, she even thinks that that child is for the man she married. Some men turn up unexpectedly, especially in this time of Yankee marriage. You see people will send pictures. Oh, this is my brother in America, or he likes you. And the girl doesn't know if the man is serious. Then all of a sudden, he turns up a week without notice. And she thinks, okay, he's serious, he wants to marry me. She'll go with the person who wants to marry her. Let's be very practical.
So
And perhaps she's already pregnant and doesn't know. So that is why firstborns, like you are saying, it is more likely that they have got these irregularities. Because by the time she's now in the man's house, she may remain faithful for life. So are you going to come and kill her for an unknown mistake?
Mr.
A lot
George,
of them are discovered at embassies.
I know you want to butt in, but as a lady, because we're talking, most of our emphasis are women's related now, and I want to play on a very plain level feed. So I want to allow Mrs. Osage to weigh in now. Do you agree to her analysis that based on those inconsistencies that may happen when you are dating, the chances of the first child not being fathered by illegitimate father, if I would say, do you think there are other factors that you need to play, if you do agree to it?
So just borrowing Dr. Loretta's words, I would like us to be very careful still, because it's in some way, I would not want to encourage deceit in any way or deception. So if there is a possibility as a woman that you have had maybe sexual intercourse, it was unprotected with somebody else, and someone else comes along in the space of 1 month, and you feel like there is a possibility, I feel like you should, even as a genuine person, question the fact or question the pregnancy. I don't know, but I mean, at the end of the day, I'm so sorry. My alarm is going off.
If I'm just to respond quickly to what Winifred said, we seem to be looking at this thing from a one-sided angle. Oh, a woman has been unfaithful. My question to all of us listening is, when a man has been unfaithful all around the place,
okay, great.
What do we test? What tests do we do? What do we test?
Yeah, so okay, I would like to butt in here. The fact that the man is unfaithful or the man has been unfaithful, it should not be a yardstick or an excuse for.
No, I'm not saying it is.
Okay, yes, because some people might be getting that idea. Okay, so my husband, you've been cheating. Do I ask you where you go? Why are you asking me for a DNA test? You know, I believe that also the issue of the DNA test is just an evidence of, problems in the marriage, other issues that are occurring in the marriage. So we have the issue of distrust, we have the issue of maybe lack of respect or whatever, or maybe even lack of communication. So when we're looking at DNA as just DNA, then maybe we might begin to mince words and maybe confuse other people. But if we even go deeper into the relationship, into the marriage, we would see that the issue of a DNA test most of the time stems from, the issue of distrust, the issue of maybe lack of communication, the issue of other things that are wrong in the relationship. And if maybe having a DNA test is one way to put the right foot forward in the right direction to reconcile any of the issues in the marriage, then I'm absolutely up for it. As Pastor George said, it could be relative based on the understanding that, both parties have the husband and the wife. Of course, it would be highly unfair. Like you have also said, for me, I have been a loving wife and my husband just barges in one day. I even probably married him a virgin.
Wait, hold on, let me quickly see. I think we have some callers.
That would be absolutely unfair, and that might ruin the whole relationship. So I agree with you on that. But then again, we also have to know that, the issue of DNA is just an evidence of some other deeply rooted issues in the marriage. For example, mistrust.
That is one thing we share in common.
Yeah.
There must be a problem and there must be distrust.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to do anything about that DNA, if it's going to become catastrophic for your later life.
Well, let me call in. I think we do have a caller. We have a couple of callers, and we managed to take one now because the line is jamming. Hi, caller. How are you doing? Hi, caller. How are you doing? Okay. I think we lost him. So go ahead, Dr. Loretta.
I was just saying that there is something three of us agree on, and that is that DNAs begin to rear their head in a foundation where there is an element of distrust, where there are issues, where there are fragments you can't just sweep under the carpet. But where I differ from my other co-panelists is this. If you know that you're not going to do anything about a DNA test, please think about it carefully till the end. Think about it logically and think about it holistically. If you know you're not going to do anything about it at the end of the day, kindly, except it's for travel reasons, medical reasons, kindly refrain from it. We must also understand that these days there are IVFs that are done with donor sperms in an agreement with both couples. Now, if something were to happen, i.e., that man died suddenly, and the man's family comes and does DNA for those children, how is that woman going to be able to tell the family that myself and my husband agreed to use donor sperm? I see these things practically.
On that
Let's
note,
be careful.
we have another caller. We have the line is jamming up. I'm not sure what's going on. A lot of people are trying to go through. Hi, caller. How are you doing today?
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing today? What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Charles. I'm calling from Vancouver.
Hi, Charles. We are talking about the DNA, and I have.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, I'm following up the program. Thank you for the show. It's very interesting. And but my question is for Dr. Loretta. Obviously, she does not have an issue with DNA. With Dr. Loretta is taking a stand that DNA is not important in marriage. My question is to Dr. Loretta, if your husband come home tomorrow with 3 or 4 children that does not belong to you, will she accept to take care of those children?
If my husband comes home tomorrow and says that he has 3 or 4 children that does
outside
not
the
belong
marriage
to me, but he tells me that they belong to him,
yes,
I will take those children because I trust him. You see, this is the problem. And if I go and do that DNA,
Wait, hold on. So if your husband, sorry.
Yeah, let's be careful. I can afford to say, my husband, let's go and do this DNA for these 4 children. If we go and do that DNA and they are not my husband's children, why did my husband bring those children in the first place? He had a liaison with that woman, didn't he? He's already committed.
I'm saying that as much as you trust your husband, let's assume tomorrow he comes back home with 4 children and tell you, look, this was a girl I was dating on the side. These 4 children, I did the DNA, they are my children. Will you accept those children?
Even without the DNA, that's what I'm trying to point out, sir. If he comes and says, these 4 children are my illicit children, I've kept them hidden from you for 10 years, I will accept those children because he has told me he has committed an offense of sleeping and having an illicit affair. And I'm not going to kill him, and I'm not going to relinquish my husband for some side chick.
Say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
Mr. Kenny, you're excited about that statement.
Say that again.
Myself, I will not be surprised if those children are not my husband's own. But what I'm trying to point out is my husband has brought them to me that they are his children.
So, but let me quickly say this to the caller, Mr. Charles. Thank you for calling in. But what's the point you were trying to make?
I mean, my point is, since she is, I wanted to see if this table turn around, if she will also accept it. So obviously, she have an open hand to welcome any child in the family, and I think that majority of men love that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Don't get me wrong. No, don't miss it, Charles. Charles, you are missing it. What you are missing is that there is a foundation of trust. Okay? There's a foundation of trust that has been established between certain partners. That if a man cheats sometimes, he's going to come and meet his wife and say, I cheated with XYZ. And sometimes if a woman cheats, she's going to go and meet her, as bizarre as it may seem, and tell her husband, I cheated with XYZ. So you must understand the dynamics of a relationship. The one size can never fit all.
Before, I want Mr. George to weigh in, but I like to recap what you said. I ain't leaving my man for no side cheek.
No, I ain't. Because I
knew you would like that.
Let me tell you, I built a life with that man. If I did it, the side chick will not find him attractive. Okay. And people are human, they make errors. I'm not trying to condone
Mr. George, what's your take on
here.
this?
Don't get me wrong. I am being very practical. I see these things on a daily basis.
Mr. George, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Loretta.
What if the woman is bringing those children to scatter your home for you?
Okay, Dr. Loretta, are you a rare woman?
Maybe we need you, Mr. George, to speak up a little bit. Mr. George, based on this compliment, we need to hear you properly. Speak up.
Okay. I said, Mr. Loretta, Dr. Loretta, you are a rare woman. A rare woman. And I just wanted to, okay, for instance, you and your husband built a trust whereby you trust one another. But bringing the children is a breach of that trust, isn't it?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. Bringing the children may be a reinforcement of that trust because he could choose not to bring the children. I have seen men who it is discovered at their demise that they have other children. The woman is stunned at the funeral or at the death of the man. Which is better? To be told the truth or to find out on the demise of someone you always loved and then have a very tinted and bad memory of that person for the rest of your life? Why don't you just sort it out when the person is alive?
Okay,
like I said,
from a man's standpoint, I want Madam Osage to please, can you answer us if such a situation is in your case, what would you do?
Exactly.
Because I know you're first lady.
I'm going back to our topic just so we don't sway too much. This would be a perfect example for me to request a DNA test immediately. It would be the perfect instance for me to request or demand a DNA test to actually ascertain the paternity of those kids for the reasons that I mentioned before. And also because it might be a scheme to, ruin my relationship and whatnot. And also, Dr. Loretta, you said something so profound. I appreciate it. However, I don't know. I just want to say this. You said, oh, you built a life with that man. That's why the side chick found him attractive. Does the man realize that all that he has and his riches or his wealth today is relative to your presence in his life? Because you may think it, the man may not think it. The man may be like, oh, well, even though I was married to a different woman, I would still be the man that I am today. Oh, well, even if I would maybe even be more. So I appreciate that your line of thought there. But then again, some men and the way I don't want to say
if I can
men,
quickly
but
respond to you.
I have to.
If I can quickly respond to you, sister.
Go.
If you said something, people marry for the wrong reasons.
Yes.
If you married for the right reasons, then the man will know that you constitute a major part in his success story. When Barack Obama, there was something that was going around. I don't know if it was true or not. And Barack said, oh, Michelle, that your ex-boyfriend that was driving that car, go and see him now. He's not the president. And Michelle said, if I had married that man, he would have been.
Yes.
Exactly.
So I have the same confidence as Michelle. I could say the exact same thing. And I agree with what you said. I said it so profound. But then again, in the minds of the men, because I have also interacted with a lot of men and women alike, and it's not always they don't share the same feeling on this subject matter. That's why I had to butt in.
We can't all share the same feeling because we are all a product of our life experiences.
Yes.
Maybe if I wasn't a doctor, maybe if I wasn't in the business of women and baby making, in the business of men and women and sex feeds me, Sex puts food on my table. So maybe if I wasn't in that business, I may have an entirely different view. But I am in that business. And I know that the mathematics of sex, 1 + 1 is not 2.
What is it?
So
I don't know. That's the question.
So, Mr. George, if we want to go back to the topic of the DNA, for sure, that would be the perfect instance for me to demand a DNA test. And if it so happens that they're truly the children of my husband, I would be, I would be shattered. And, that would definitely break whatever trust that we have been building for years, because stepping out of the marriage in itself is a huge breach of that trust. So,
And what if they are not his children? What would you do? I'm just curious.
What Mr. George was
okay,
trying
they're
to
not
point
his children,
what,
they are not his.
what
He
Mr.
would
George
not
was
know
trying
that
to
they are
point
not
out, I
his.
believe
What
what
if
Mr.
he wants to keep them despite the
I
fact
believe
it's
what
not his?
Mr.
Yeah,
George,
actually, right now, like I introduced myself, I'm the first lady of Augustine Foundation. What we
but
do
I,
is we take care of children. Like I said, if you want to adopt a child, there should be no issue in that. If you want to house children, there should be no issue in that. In 2017, my husband was on the streets of Benin City at 9:10. At the time, I was even having issues, but I watched him on live video. He was with street kids, and we got a house. The videos are there. We got a house. We got accommodation. Like we got foodstuff. We got household utensils and everything, and we housed these kids. If this is what it has come to, which I'm already used to, if for example tomorrow I won't be surprised because of the kind of heart that my husband has. He comes home. We already have a son, Osamudia. I consider him to be my son, even though he's not my biological son. He was on the street, and luckily on that night in 2017, my husband found him, and by God's grace, we've been able to train him to school. He's now attending one of the most prestigious schools in Edo State, Word of Faith School. So if, for example, tomorrow, or Osamu Diame, who is now my son, I consider him to be my son nonetheless.
yeah,
Whether
but let me quickly butt in here, madam.
that the seed is his. When
Can you guys hear me?
If we want to adopt,
Yes,
there
we
shouldn't
can.
be an issue with that.
Okay, let me butt in here. I think Mr. George is trying to say that
Kenny, 1 second.
go ahead.
Madam, I wanted to know, your husband brought those kids to your house thinking that this woman she's been sleeping with bought the children for him. And now he brings those kids to your house, and then you demand a DNA test, knowing that he thought that these children were his. That means that trust has been breached already by him sleeping with that woman and thinking that the children belongs to him. Now you come to find out that they are not his. Then what happens to the trust that you have, and what would you do with the children?
Good question.
To me or Dr. Loretta? Is that to
You.
Okay,
Madam.
yes. So absolutely, at that point, he decides what to do with the children. If we want to keep them as, oh, they're motherless, they no longer have a mother, now they're responsibility, fine and good. But if he was left with the opinion that these are his seed, these are his biological children, it is him to take action. If he also wants to keep them, of course they are of no pain to me. I don't mind that. Like I said, I'm already called to a life where I see other children as mine, so that would not be a problem for me at that time. But if they're his, I would be, shattered, and we'll have to build on the trust again. And even after I find out that maybe they're not his kids, we have to work on the trust and rebuild it.
Let me just quickly weigh in this now.
Save our marriage.
Let me quickly come in this way now. But there are situations whereby you have an agreement, you have agreed to adopt children, bring people in, support children. It's different, totally different from when a man shows up and then all of a sudden they tell you that they have a baby somewhere. And I believe what Mr. George was trying to emphasize on is, will that not break the horse's back when your husband just shows up and bring 3-4 children, all of a sudden this is my children and you have to mother them, you have to, will you be able to trust him? Is it as easy as Dr. Loretta has presented it, that, oh, there's no woman is going to take my man from her? Is it that easy? Anyone can jump on this.
It's going to be broken, but I still believe that it can be worked on, right? The trust is definitely not going to be as intact as it was prior to that incident. But if two people are as committed as she said, Dr. Loretta, as she said, oh, you know why you both got married, for destiny, for purpose, and, to build a godly family or whatnot. If that is still the reason, no matter what has happened, I still believe that the trust can still be built on. Even whether you discover that the kids are for your husband or not.
But how come, if a man requests for a DNA, the trust is broken and the center will not hold when things fall apart? But if a man bring a child, the center will now hold. I think we are going one-sided here.
No, don't get it wrong. I gave a practical example of a couple I know where the man requested a DNA and the center never held again. Okay, another couple could do something different in that sort of scenario. Let's be careful. Every couple is unique. They would handle things in their own way, please. Let's not get me out of context here. If I will still stand by my opinion. DNA is a new evolving tool. It's getting better every day. It should not be the foundation on which relationships, marriages are being tested or built. It is only brought out from the cupboard when people have trust issues. And I will maintain that if at the end you do that DNA and you find out and you're not going to do anything about it, you think, oh, I will just drive my wife for 6 months, show her pepper, and I'll get her back. If you know you're not going to do anything about it conclusively in your lifetime, please, there's no need. No need, except it's for legal reasons, medical reasons, or you are traveling or something like that. Please.
Mr. George, go ahead.
I would also like to say though, in scenarios or situations like this, especially in extreme cases of maybe emotional abuse, I would like to say in this case, or abuse of trust, I would like to say that sometimes it's not easy to determine your line of action if, for example, whatever you think it is the opposite of what is discovered. So you may not necessarily know what you intend to do with the result. But if, for example, there is mistrust already in the marriage, you may not necessarily know, oh, this is going to be my line of action. Okay, that might all fall into place after that test. So you may not necessarily readily know that this is the action I'm going to take. Because at the end of the day, even as women, or like maybe with your husbands or even with your wife as a man, there are situations where you thought I would never forgive you, I'm done with it. At the end of the day, you found a common ground and you started to build your trust, you decided to work on your marriage and all of that. So I would say that sometimes, especially in extreme situations like this, you may not, especially when there's a reason now, there may be character traits or just whatever that stirs up the need for a DNA test. You may not necessarily know your line of action, whether you're going to retain the marriage, retain your wife, or send her packing. So if you want to say be sure of your end line of action, I don't know if that's actually feasible.
Mr. George was going to say something. I don't want to sound like we're overpowering him. Mr. George, go ahead. I'm on your corner. I got your back.
Mr. George, please.
Go ahead,
Let us interpret things in context. Let's be very, very careful. I'm saying this for a reason.
Well, Dr. Loretta always says things for a reason, but I think your husband will be happy listening to this
See, my husband knows it's not about his happiness right now. This is a program, and he knows my ethics and he knows my belief. If there is anything my husband knows, it is that I am an independent thinker. Okay? I am empowered to make my own decisions, and I have my own life experiences that have forged the way I look at life.
Okay. So my question now is, and I'm bringing this question from the man's point of view to the women's point of thinking. Based on what we have seen, I know we do not want to use Nigeria as ground of test or whatever the case might be, or use our ladies in that particular fashion. But what would be your advice? You coming from the medical aspect of things, and you coming from the spiritual aspect of things, the way things are going in Nigeria right now, what would be your advice? Because what we know and what we have experienced and what we have seen is there has been moral decay on both sides, on both the men are fueling these things by bringing out money, and then, the women are just, because of the economic problems we're having in Nigeria, like Madam Osage was saying, women are just now easily, for the sake of taking care of themselves or whatever they might, or too much want, they just easily will just go and sleep with any Tom, Dick, and Harry. So what would be, from a female standpoint, from a spiritual and a medical, what would be your advice to men seeking for wives in Nigeria, knowing that if these young ladies have experienced this kind of thing from the age of teenagers all the way until they get married, they might not consider it such an ill situation to go and dip outside, maybe, okay, the husband makes them upset, or maybe he's not bringing out money as much, to go out there and continue with that kind of lifestyle. What would be your advice from both sides, please?
Winifred, go first.
Well, anybody can take
so
this.
I'm actually going to come in spiritually and medically, so maybe I might take a bit of your part. So medically, first of all, I would like to, because I already spoke about this topic on my page previously, and I did say that even as you mentioned initially, it was just like maybe you listened to that message or something because you were really
I
sounding
didn't.
like, yeah.
I
So
didn't.
there are a lot of men who know that they have reproductive issues medically. It has been ascertained medically. They know that
Maybe
they
you want to
have
speak up a little
low
bit.
sperm count.
They say speak up a little bit.
Okay, they know that they have low sperm counts. They know that they have reproductive issues. And, just because of the desperation of this generation and the level of immorality, again, the socio-economic gap, especially in Africa, it's happening all over the world, but of course, it's at a more higher ratio in Africa. Every man should be careful as to, the pregnancy that they accept. Okay, so that's the first point I want to make. So when you're married in a home, you have a wife, and maybe like Dr. Loretta rightly said in the beginning, you've been trying for 12 years, 10 years, 5 years, and your wife is medically okay. You are at fault, and some will come and say hallelujah, praise God, some girl outside just got pregnant for me, she has chopped my seed, something you weren't woman enough to do. And so he sends the wife at home packing. You understand me? And at the end of the day, that child doesn't actually belong to him. So men, you really have to be careful as to, the pregnancy that you accept, especially when you know that there is a medical basis, that has ascertained your inability to actually impregnate a woman. And from the spiritual aspect, I know that there are various beliefs in the world, but I like to state here that my standard is God's word. I am a believer. I am a born again Christian. And so I would like us to come back to God. I also like to say that any sex outside of marriage is a sin, whether fornication or adultery. I also like to say that a fornicator is an adulterer in training, right? So any sex outside of marriage is a sin. So when you are married, when you have a wife at home and you step out of the marriage, maybe you go commit adultery and then you get a child outside of wedlock. I mean, I feel like definitely that is a sin in itself, right? So I would like to say that we should come back to Christ. Let Christ be the foundation and the basis of our marriage. Not to say that when we are in Christ, we're going to be,
but can I quickly say something? What will you say? What will you say to our viewers that are Muslims, since you are leading everybody to
that's
Christ?
why I started by saying my standard is the word of God.
Okay.
I have no advice for any other religion, whatever. I'm a born again Christian, so that is the standpoint from which I can advise. So as I was saying, I would like to advise that every man, every woman comes back to Christ. Come back to Christ. Come back to morality. These are the end times. We're already seeing so many signs of it. Men who become lovers of themselves, men who become lovers of money. They would no longer consider, the feelings of their partner, even the feelings of the children. And also, I put it also spiritually, my last message, that when you give a child who is not biologically fathered by a man to him, you're depriving that child of his spiritual rights and his spiritual blessings from the tongue of his actual biological father, the man who actually formed him or birthed him from his loins. So it goes just beyond the physical. Because I know some women say, oh, I'm doing it because of finance. I'm doing it to give the child a better life. But then again, it is irrespective of the financial status of the man, or even whether the man accepts the pregnancy or not. It is about doing what is right. Again, from the spiritual point of view, my standard is God's word. So there should be no excuse for deceit. There should be no excuse for lies, whether your partner has done worse to you in the past or not. I also advise women in my message that if the level of hurt that your husband has meted out to you is beyond forgiving, is beyond pardon, and you feel like you must step out on the marriage, then it's best you end it, because clearly on the ground of adultery, in some ways, there is room for divorce. Okay, even though God does not like divorce, I also say that at the end of the day, the reason why God does not like divorce is what is behind divorce, which is the sin that brings about divorce. So if as a woman you think, oh, my husband has been shady, my husband has been lying, so I'm going to go commit adultery and pin the baby on him, if that has ever come on you at all, you feel like your husband has hurt you to a point of no return, no pardon, then it's best you end it, instead of jeopardizing your life, jeopardizing your destiny, and jeopardizing your faith, your salvation, your birthright, like I preached yesterday, by deceiving your husband, and you're just messing up your whole marriage.
That is hot. I see Dr. Loretta and everybody nodding their head. I just let you go because you let it out for real, and that's for real. But we're going to take the last commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be asking a question of a yes or no. Do you think lack of trust is sufficient for a marriage to fall apart? When we come back, we will be dealing with that. Thank you for joining us. I'll see you on the other side. Don't go nowhere.
Now, we can officially say that the app is out, but only for now in the App Store, so only for our Apple users. I'm sorry, Android, we're just gonna have to wait just a little bit longer, but don't worry, that's coming for you too. But you can get the GBKM app right on the App Store, where you can do everything you can do on the website. Check out the past shows, check out upcoming shows, you get notifications from when we go live, so you can just take us on the go with you everywhere you go, and you won't have to worry about missing a future show. Now, we
Welcome back. If you're just joining us in part, we are currently dealing, and we're just about running up the very topic of today. Should DNA, children's DNA, be requested or allowed in marriages? And my question that I asked before we went on commercial break is, will that trust enough? The trust of the man, the fact that the man did not trust you, is this sufficient for a marriage to break up? Ladies and gentlemen, join me and welcome all our special panel. I have up there in the UK, Dr. Loretta. Up here in Canada, we have Mrs. Osage, and we have the Vice President of Nigeria Canadian Association, and a pastor, will I say pastor now, Mr. George, on the other side. Yes, thank you very much. You guys have really went everywhere. We went east, west, north, and south to really collaborate everything together and get to where we are now. And I believe all the points are very valid and very crucial. And I want to say a special thank you to all our people commenting on all our social media platforms. Yes, we have a lot of yes. Remember, we said if you said the DNA should be requested in marriage, yes. If you say no, we have a lot of yes, we have a lot of no as well. We may not be able to harness all the comments right now, but we definitely, our back-end guys will follow up later with all the comments, and the chat can go on from there. But also, we have gotten about 5 emails that are just coming, people that have downloaded the app. Please download the app. We apologize for those guys that are using Android right now, but currently we have the app on Apple. Download it. GBKM is the name of the app. And then take a screenshot and email it to admin@gbkm.fm. Admin, ADMIN @gbkm.fm. And you will be entered into a draw that is drawing on Sunday, where you will win a $50 gift card. So, Dr. Loretta, I want to start by you. I asked that question, and I would like to take it as a yes or no.
Well, unfortunately,
I think she
you
froze.
cannot get a yes or no answer in life. Unfortunately, the reason is because I will maintain again, let us be careful and let us examine each case on their merit. For some people, just asking them to do a DNA test, like the example I gave, is enough for them to feel very sad and bad for the rest of their life about the energy and time they've invested in a relationship, in that trust. Okay, so for others, they'll do it. They will do it and give you the result. In fact, I know someone who did it, gave the result, and then walked out. So people are different. Okay. However, Mr. George Chukwu asked a very vital question, and my sister here, Winifred, gave a very elaborate answer. But I would want to weigh in, like GBKM would say, and say that when you are looking for a wife, a man looking for a wife anywhere in the world, you are asking that what is the recipe? What should we do?
Okay, I think she froze.
What should he look for? I will go back. Yeah, can we hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. We
can
hear
you.
Me. Yes.
Yeah, I'll go back to what I've said in a book I wrote. It's called My Father's Daughter. You must empower the girl child. The girl child anywhere in the world, especially in third world countries. I don't like to use that word, but I'm using it today. Low resource economic countries, you must empower the girl child, because when you empower the girl child, then she's going to see beyond materialism, and her eyes are really going to be open and descaled to pick a man who is educable and who is trainable despite the human imperfections. Can we hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Because if you empower the girl child, she will see. There's a chapter in my book, My Father's Daughter, where My dad told me, you are looking at a car, that car has passed, you're still looking at it. You want to bend your neck and break it? He said, there is no need. When you are empowered, my daughter, you can get 10 of those cars. He told me such things every day. So when it was time for me to pick a life partner, I wasn't looking for a rich man because I know that I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. I am wealth itself, okay? And I will enhance any man who is fortunate to marry me. That's the truth without apology. So
Before you
let's
proceed,
and
we
as
have...
far as Jimmy K, I'm rounding up. I'm sorry, darling. As far as sin is concerned, I will say the Bible says, go ye and sin no more. So even for people who commit adultery, who do this, who do that, sometimes those are some of the best human beings in the world. Irrespective of my religion as a Christian, I will maintain that I am not fixated within the four walls of religion. I am not.
I'm going to say this before I allow the two, before I go back to the two people. We will take the last call because there's been a lot of people calling repeatedly, and I think we're going to do our best to make sure we can accommodate as much as we could. Hello, caller. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Where are you calling from and what's your name?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Darrow. I'm calling from the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I want to believe that you'll be following the program today. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I happen to be on the program right from the onset. I don't quite agree with what the doctor on the program said regarding picking up or getting a good wife from Africa, or rather the procedure to take to get a good wife from Africa. So is a point that I would like to express just a little. You know, for men that are living in the diaspora and really looking for a woman back home in Africa, or so to say in Nigeria, you shouldn't just go on the street to pick up a woman. Picking up a woman should be a thing that is done properly. You should at least look for a girl that is well brought up, not just a girl that's slept with a woman.
Can I try? Let me try and understand your take now. Are you saying that taking a woman from Africa should be encouraged, discouraged? What's your view? What's your stand? I'm sure the panelists are listening.
Yeah, it should be encouraged, but you shouldn't just go on the street to pick a woman that had sex last week or last 2 weeks. So when you're picking a woman from Africa, or rather choosing a life partner from Africa, is a thing that should be done properly. I think there are still girls that are well brought up and even sex before marriage at all. So
okay. Before I allow the panelists to come in, because I would like to say this: do you have any standard criteria in which you have to go to have to validate? Because you're saying, from what I heard from you, you can't just pick a woman that just have whatever last week and so on. Is there a standard way to validate that woman that did that, unless she told you, and if she's honest or not? There are different processes. Do you know? We're all willing to learn.
Okay. Yeah, I will speak concerning that immediately. You know, as a man getting ready to settle down, or rather looking for a life partner, you know, going to Nigeria or going back home to look for one that suits you, it's not just from the street. You see a girl on the street and then you call her. You have to know a woman down to her house, down to the family. Even, you know, there are. I think I don't want to go into the issue of those days of our parents keeping the wives or girl or anybody like that. But I think those things work those days because there are reputations from families, or rather on family that work so much. You know, you know a particular family that got a good reputation, and not just picking up a girl from the streets of Lagos or from the street of Edo.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to allow the panelists to weigh in. Thank you very much, sir. And Do not go. Just still there. I'll go with Mr. George first because it's a guy we have on the phone and it's from UK. I do believe that you heard him correctly. That I believe he's trying to say that there's a standard procedure of getting a woman and so on and so forth. What did you gather from what he says?
Okay. Point of
Oh,
correction.
nice one. Thank you.
Dr. Loretto never said picking up a woman from the street. That's number one. Number two, even the caller was saying regarding making sure you know the person from home all the way down to the mom and the dad and all that kind of stuff. That is also, it could be a criteria, but it is not, all in all. Because number one, your daughter leaves your house. She's in school. You don't know what is going on with that little girl over there at the age of 18. She leaves school, you thinking she's in boarding school, but she's actually in Lagos. And then she gets used to this type of lifestyle. She goes to university. You sending her money, but to her, it's not even enough. She's dipping and, doing whatever she can do. You, as a father, you, as a mother, cannot go and swear on your life that your child is what she pretends to be when she comes. So you don't know. So now you go there, you thinking that, okay, from a wonderful family, the mom is a prayerful woman, the dad is a very cultured man, and then you go pick up this young girl, but you don't even know what she's been through. But what you are depending upon is the parents, but you don't know that the girl is already gone. So what I'm saying is, I do understand that like I said for me, anybody going back home, number one, you got to pray for you to marry the right person. Because if you don't, you can find that person you think is the most qualified or the best in the world, and you come home. And let me tell you something. The last thing that any man or any woman wants is a life partner that will give them hell. It's worse than going to hell. So to me, I believe that, yes, that might be a particular kind of criteria, but you might not even understand that the person you saw for the very first time, you call it picking up from the street, could be the perfect partner for you. You don't know that.
Now, let me quickly say this, Mr. George. Thank you. Just to put everything back in line, we all here are entitled to our opinion. This is an opinionated show. But however, Dr. Loretta never said some words that the caller have said. So I'm just trying to set that straight, just like Mr. George said. But thank you, caller. Thank you for the great job. Does anybody want to weigh in from what we gathered from the caller?
I just want to appreciate the last caller. I really love the fact he called in because he has brought something to bear, which I have been trying not to bring into the open. But since he's giving me the opportunity, I will say it. You see, we have societies that are so stereotypical. They judge books by the cover, and that has created a lot of problems. Today we are saying, my sister Winifred said, women rush to marry, they want to hook a man with pregnancy. All of these things, they are being pushed by the stereotype that is society. Because by the time you are 25, they're asking you, you've not brought a man, you're not married, what are you waiting for? You come with a man who is your classmate, and they ask you in your family, are you mad? Are you blind? Did you not see that chief who has this and who has that? Let me tell a story and I will end this, okay? And the last caller has brought back what I said, empower the girl child. When I was growing up, I told my dad, I was looking at the Naira notes. The man, Ahmed, was the governor of Central Bank. He used to sign the Naira notes. I told my dad, I said, Daddy, do you mean that one man signs all these Naira notes? He said, yes. I said, eh? So who is he? He said, he's the governor of Central Bank. I said, Daddy, do you know what? He said, what? I said, Daddy, I want to marry the governor of Central Bank. He said to me, he said, Loretta, that's fine. It's okay. It's okay for you to want to marry the governor of Central Bank. But I want you to go to your class, that primary 1 or 2 that you are in. Go in that class and look at all the boys in that class. And look for the one that has the potential qualities of becoming a governor of the central bank. And that is the one you should marry. Now, I want us to take away from this If you are looking for a life partner, you don't want to start stressing yourself for a DNA up and down later in life. Within the limits of human error, I will still say that, because people make mistakes, people slide, people fall, people sin, people get up. In fact, sinners, to me, when they rise up, they are the best converts, okay, for me. So we should create women who have got confidence, women who know their onions and know their worth. Ironically, those are the kind of women that men run away from. But, but in practical, I have found out that those are the women who will actually give you their all as a man. Once they are convinced that you are educable and you are trainable. I'm using that word over and over again. So let's not blame the Nigerian woman. And I thank that last caller for bringing this stereotype to this panel. Why would you say that you don't just pick a woman from the street? And I like you, George, because you have asked that some women are picked from the streets and they turn out being very good wives. Do you have a Y4 meter in your eyes? You don't want to marry the woman who had sex 2 weeks ago. Do you have a vaginoscope in your eyes? Can you tell what has been in there and what has not been in there? I rest my case.
Madam, Dr. Loretta, thank you very, very much for being eloquent.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just love my panelists so much that I am inviting them back again by God's grace for us to have another discussion.
We will do this again.
And this discussion, I want to throw it out there. Maybe we can take a look at it and then you make a decision at GBK FM. If a woman is depriving the husband of sex and refuses to sleep with the husband, and he goes out there and then ends up having a child because, would he be accepted or would he be rejected? That's just a question I want to throw out there. We can change it around. We can tweet it. You can ask Dr. Loretta to, add her own, and then, Madam First Lady to add her own. And maybe it's something that we need to really discuss, because these are things that are actually happening today in today's world. And it is deeper than just that question alone. It's so huge that I would love these two ladies to also join us in a panel later, if it is possible, to have that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. George. It's certainly
matter for another day.
It's certainly what we are going to
look at it.
it's certainly what we are going to look into and see, consult with each other and see when we are available. Of course, come back and discuss it. The time is really, 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 really fast spent. I want to apologize to our people on the Facebook. We are unable to read through all the messages, a lot of messages, and those that we missed their calls, we apologize. We'll try and see next time. Maybe we'll add 2 lines where you have a WhatsApp call and a direct line that we will be able to accommodate everybody. First of all, this show is sponsored by My Father's Daughter, which is written by Dr. Loretta. Thank you very much, Dr. Loretta. You want to tell us a little bit about that book?
Well, it's a book that I put together to enable people, not just women, but people to actualize their own self. It's available on Amazon worldwide. Some have called it a life manual. Others have called it a parenting guide. Just read it and see where it ministers to you. And I don't doubt that there's a word in that book for everybody. My Father's Daughter.
Thank you very much for taking upon yourself to sponsor this program today. I will now allow you guys to, I'll leave it up to you guys not for your final words. I'll start with Mrs. Osagie. I'll take it on, your final word. How do we find you? How do we contact you? Your final closing remark.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenny, and to both panelists, thank you so very much. And for Pastor George, I appreciate, the invitation. I would definitely love to. However, we can discuss that off of camera. So yes, of course, again, I am the president of Win Women International, and I am also the president of Win Women Shelter. It is something that I and my husband set up to help women who have been abused, women who have survived and lived abusive relationships. And I'm also the first lady of a Godsend Foundation worldwide. It is a charitable organization where, of course, we lend a helping hand to those that are in need. And to reach out to me, I am on Facebook and Instagram, as well as YouTube as Win Women International. Thank you all so much to all the viewers. It's been a pleasure having you all here today. And I hope that you have taken something, from everything that has been deliberated upon here today. And I hope it makes you form better decisions or opinions. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're very delighted that you took the time based on your busy schedule to be with us today. And I'm very positive that you have certainly been a blessing to all our viewers and listeners all over the world. I want to now switch to our pastor, the Vice President of Nigeria Canadian Association, Mr. George. Your last remarks.
First and foremost, I want to thank all the viewers. Without you, this whole entire recording and this whole entire broadcast would have been nothing. And also a special thanks to Dr. Loreto and First Lady Osagie. It is such a pleasure. I so enjoyed it that I asked Lord, I said, what do I do to bring these two ladies? Because it's so enlightening to prick your brains. And I really want to thank you. And I also want to thank GBK FM TV for hosting this show. And it's such a pleasure having you all. And hopefully, by God's grace, we will see again, have another interesting discussion through which we will be able to build each one of us up, and then possibly, move to the next higher level in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. You have always been a pace setter. You have always been a leader in the community. Thank you for your dedication, your commitment, and all your passion that you have spread across Canada and at large the whole world, putting all the Nigerians together. Of course, I will not forget the president of NCA. We love you, thank you. Let me also quickly re-emphasize that Dr. Loretta Ogboro, want to thank you for being able to sponsor this program. Thank you. I know you spoke before. Do you still have, how do we reach out to you personally? Should anybody want to follow up with you? Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
I want to say a big thank you to the panelists and yourself, GBKM, for what you all do for humanity. I always say that our shared humanity is the true religion. And with respect to my final word on this DNA thing, I believe that DNA does not need to form the bedrock of relationships or marriages. But the thing is, if you're not going to do anything at the end of the day about that relationship, you're going to let it go on, then please avoid doing all of that and see how you can manage and fix your relationships, except it's for medical reasons, legal reasons, or for travel reasons. And as a final word, please let us empower our girl children as we also build up a population and a generation of boy children who will become worthy of the girl children we are empowering. Because there is no use raising empowered girl childs or empowered girl children, and you don't have the matching minds of properly raised boy children that will be partners to those girl children. In other words, raise your sons as you would love your husband to be, and raise your daughters how you would love your own mother, daughter, and wife to be. So, see you some other time. Thank you, everyone.
I want to thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for your time today. Special thank you to all the panelists. A very special thank you to all the people that have been watching our various platforms from YouTube to Facebook, our 24 hours web TV, which is www.gbkm.tv. And do not forget to download our app. I think it's on this side of the screen, on Apple Store. Now we are giving out $50 gift card. If you download it now and take a screenshot and email it to admin@gbkm.fm. Let me again thank, and it's very big thank you to the author of the book, my father, my daughter. Thank you very much for sponsoring this show. I want you all to support. We are 24 hours web radio stations. Again, www.gbkm.tv. gbkm.tv. We have various shows. On our new app, you can see beside me where you can actually listen to the radio or watch the TV. Thank you very much, and we love you, we love you, we love you. Have a wonderful day, and have a wonderful day, and have a GBKM day. Bye for now.
Now we can officially say that the app is out, but only for now in the App Store, so only for our Apple users. I'm sorry, Android, we're just gonna have to wait just a little bit longer, but don't worry, that's coming for you too. But you can get the GBKM app right on the App Store, where you can do everything you can do on the website. Check out the past shows, check out upcoming shows, you get notifications from when we go live, so you can just take this on the go with you everywhere you go.
This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
You go to Nigeria, you wake up, you go come. I just said now, I don't go to Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. Slices of humor to keep you entertained and thrilled. We are the GBKM Street Talk Team.
Hello and good evening, and welcome to the Smart Investing Show with Alton Brooks. It is Monday, March the 15th. The month is going by real quickly. Spring is around the corner. Tonight's show, we're talking about financial freedom with our guest this evening. But before we get our guest on, we'll just quickly recap a little bit from earlier today, where we had some major news with Rogers Communications buying Shaw Communications to create one of the biggest telecommunications companies across Canada. Now, if you were owning Shaw shares, you actually were rewarded quite richly. The stock was up well over 50% or more. If you invested in Rogers, you also came out ahead. You may be wondering what is causing or has caused these two companies to merge. One of the reasons for that is called 5G. That's the next generation of telecommunications heading our way, about 100 times faster than what we're currently used to when it comes to the internet. That requires a lot of capital outlay. And what companies such as Rogers and such as Shaw and others will find out is that it's going to cost a lot of money to get this installed across Canada and upgraded. So when your pockets are not deep or deep enough, you find your competitors that you compete with fiercely, and you become friends. You shake hands, and you allow them to purchase or merge with you, which is what happened today. Of course, when mergers happen, it usually leads to layoffs. Shaw and Rogers have promised to actually hire employees in Alberta. Let's hope that they stick to that plan, and across Canada, not to lay off too many people, but of course that will be one of the consequences of this merger. Of course, there's also less competition. We have Bell Canada, we've got TELUS as their major competitors. With one out of the fold, now there's only 3 instead of 4. Usually that will lead to price increases. But hopefully it'll also lead others to step up and take the place of this fourth company that's disappeared, and to offer more competition. Another piece of news to look out for is when it comes to marijuana. New York State has taken steps and actually are very close to legalizing marijuana. And once that happens, the marijuana stocks will start flying once again, as more and more states continue to legalize this particular industry. And of course, with Biden as president, it's a matter of time before the federal government legalizes as well. So keep an eye on that. piece of news, as that will have some effect on the markets this week. So we're talking about generational wealth tonight. We're talking about getting people in a state of financial freedom. And for that, I have my guest on this evening, the CEO and founder of Flip and Floss. His name is Andre Smith, and he will join me momentarily. This is an individual actually who has won a CBC Volunteer Community Award just last year. He's put a lot of time and effort into educating those who are willing to listen. And we have him on here tonight to talk about financial information and also his book later on in our discussions. We will touch base on that. So Mr. Smith, welcome to our program.
Thanks for having me, Alton.
You are certainly welcome. So give us a little bit of your background. Tell us a little bit about yourself and anything you wish to share.
Of course. So for those who know me, knows that I'm from Spanish Town, Jamaica. Moved to Canada about 10 years ago. Actually, this year is going to make 10 years. So finally reaching my decade in this country. I'm a graduate of a school in Toronto. I won't name the school yet because apparently there's something coming up regarding that. But I completed my undergrad in accounting, and I'm currently pursuing my Chartered Professional Accounting designation. And so, as you rightfully mentioned, I founded Flip and Floss, which is an acronym for Financial Literacy and Investor Program, and Future Leaders Obtaining Sufficient Skills. Something I'm really proud of, and the work that we've done in the past and the work that we continue to do for the community.
So tonight we're talking about financial freedom. I'm sure everyone's got their pen, their paper handy, they're ready to write down, they're ready to tweet, text, talk. Give us some simple strategies when it comes to financial freedom that anyone can understand and do. What are some of the things that people can do to better themselves financially?
Mm-hmm. Of course. Well, the first step is really coming up with a plan of what financial freedom or financial independence mean for you. Of course, it will mean different things for different people. And so in that plan, you want to outline your goals as it relates to the short term. So it could be what you intend to achieve in the first year, 5 years, when you retire, etc. So that's the first step, is figuring out that plan. And a lot of people would create a vision board because having your goal visually on your wall really helps you. So that's the first step. The other thing is you want to do an assessment of your current financial situation to see where you are currently. Am I in debt? Am I in a surplus? How much am I making? What will it take to get to that point of financial freedom, whatever it looks like for you? The other thing you want to do is, if you're currently in debt, you definitely want to come up with a plan to get out of it and stay out of it, right? So there are different methods and strategies that you can utilize to get out of debt. We actually shared some of those in our recent newsletter. So that's the other piece. And then, you want to figure out how you're going to sustain, your income. And I like to tell people to have multiple streams of income. I've heard a lot of people say, I have a job that's safe. As we've seen with COVID, that no job is safe, and unfortunately, a lot of people lost their jobs. So you definitely want to build multiple streams of income as you're working toward financial freedom. And if you have a salary and you start investing in the stock, which is something Alton talks about on this show all the time, you could potentially create 3 streams of income, capital gains and dividend, right? So building that multiple stream of income, and it does require a lot to start investing. You can start with $100, $500, any amount. Then you want to create a savings plan, right? Figure out how much you're going to save from your current income. You definitely want to do that. And all of this plan should be captured in a budget that tracks how much you make, how much you spend, how much you're gonna save. Those would be some of the simple tips that I'd really give. And overall, your attitude and behavior toward that plan is what is extremely important. A lot of people, you'll hear this, is that it's not how much you make, it's how much you save. Right?
Yeah, it's
And so that
interesting.
behavioral piece becomes important.
It's interesting you talk about it's not how much you save, as just last week, I believe, a professional hockey player making millions of dollars declared bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And he's actually still playing. So you
Right.
wonder how someone making millions can actually be in a position where they're still an active player,
Right.
but is in bankruptcy. So tell us about the importance of managing your money, because I mean that is a big fail. Unfortunately, lots of entertainers, lots of sports athletes, they fall into that trap. Lots of money, just like regular people do as well, and that trap becomes where somehow you end up spending much more than you actually have. So speak to us about the importance of money management.
Yeah, no, you're right. Management is extremely important, and we've seen that with a lot of celebrities, a lot of people, even people who won the lotto, they don't have effective money management skills. And what does that look like? You definitely want to keep tabs of how much money is going out, right, and where it's going. If you're not tracking that, then you're going to lose sight of where your money is going. And what a lot of people start doing is that they start to spend money on things as they're making it. So you definitely want to figure out what percentage of your money is going towards things and what percentage is going toward asset, if any. If all of your money is going toward buying things, flashy things or cars or whatever, depreciating assets, then you have a problem. And that's what a lot of these individuals find themselves into. Right? You want to diversify your income. So if as you start to make more, you should start thinking about what assets can I invest in? Can I buy real estate? Can I buy stock? Can I invest in a startup company? Whatever the case is, you want to start putting your money into different things so that it's not going toward things that are not going to produce a return. And essentially, that's what reaches a lot of these people who start to make money. They start, living this lavish lifestyle that is not sustainable. It's only sustainable once you're at that current income. But once you're no longer making that money, how do you sustain that lifestyle that you've built based on expenses and not investment?
Now, you've also been quite open about some of the problems you've had in the past, learning about managing money and handling it, and some of the issues that you've gone through financially. Are there any additional pitfalls that we should look out for, or maybe situations we find ourselves in, how we can get out of them? Any tips you can offer there?
Absolutely. One of the things I always talk about when I talk about my personal journey, because as you rightfully mentioned, I was in debt of about 50 grand, majority of which is consumer debt. And what I realized is that once you're in that situation, a lot of the choices you make, they become emotional, right? Because you're just trying to stay afloat. It's like, you're drowning and you're just grabbing the next piece of debris to try to stay afloat. So you start to make a lot more terrible decisions. And one of the decisions that I made during that time was trying to use debt to pay off debt. So one of the things that I did was to get an overdraft protection.
Right.
And so I actually dug myself deeper. For those who don't know, an overdraft is where the bank gives you a certain sum of money to use until you get your pay. It almost works like a payday loan. So you create what you call a debt trap, right? And so it becomes harder to come out of that situation. My suggestion again, and as cliche as it sounds, is going back to that budget, because a budget is just more than tracking expenses. It's actually a tool that you can use to guide your behavior in terms of how you manage your finances. So when you start looking at where the money is coming from, where it's going, then you can start to say, you know what, maybe I have all of these subscriptions that I don't need. And all of these subscriptions, I can take the money and I can pay off this debt, right? I pay off a small one and I take it and I put it over here, right? So it is the most effective strategy that you can use. And what I did is that I looked at all my balances owing, And then I took, so for example, in the year I have like 26 biweekly payment. What I'll do, I'll say, okay, 26 divided by the debt. And it will say, okay, you can pay it off in a year, 3 years,
Right.
whatever. And then I start working toward doing that. And again, seeing if you can have like a side hustle or build something on the side that can help you to get out of debt quickly. But what you want to avoid is taking on more debt to try to get out of debt.
Interesting, interesting. That definitely makes sense because, as you know, doing that you can end up piling on even more
Precisely.
and dig a
Yeah.
deeper hole
Dig a
for
deeper
yourself.
hole. Yeah, unless it's a consolidation with a lower interest rate, I would say try to avoid taking on more debt.
For sure. Now, I'm just going to segue quickly, but one last question about, I've heard that, you're an avid person who buys stocks on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Tell me about, getting our children into owning stocks. I understand that your son, who's just probably about a couple inches high off my knee, is actually an owner of some stocks. So share that and talk about why it's important to get our children knowledgeable and knowing about investments at a very early age.
Yeah, it is extremely important, and kids learn at a faster rate than us, and so I feel like once you start to teach them these things and the habits from early, it becomes something that will be a part of their journey. And so for my son, I actually introduced him to stocks, and every time he sees me pull up the computer screen and he sees the red and the green numbers, he knows it's stock. He said stocks.
Wow.
Right, so he knows.
It's interesting. He
And
doesn't think it's a Christmas tree. Red and green.
well, he doesn't. That's the good thing. And I try to explain it to him. He's only 2. I still explain it to him, even though he doesn't fully understand. But I continue to talk with him as though I would talk to myself. So I'd say, Nathan, your stock is up 50%, and we just invested a couple of years ago. So I actually have that conversation. Right now, he's invested in Disney and Petco, right?
Oh, wow.
And his Disney stock is up 58%.
Wow, he's doing well.
He's doing pretty well. His Petco stock is down,
Okay.
but it's one that I strongly believe in, and I know it will recover.
Well, but he's
it's
definitely
extremely
investing
important
for the long term.
for the long term. He is investing for the long term.
Nice. Okay, well, I see that you're definitely in the planning game as far as investing goes. So, being a young man, and looking out into the crystal ball, when do you see yourself, as people would say, early retiring or being able to just do what you want to do and not necessarily have to work or do anything else? When do you see yourself calling it a day when it comes to having enough investments to live off?
Well, my lucky number is 45.
Okay.
By that time I want to actually focus on, fully on Flip and Floss and community work. So I actually I'm extremely passionate about financial literacy and building a financially fit community. So I'd say around 40-45, and I've actually put plans in place, and I'm actively and aggressively working toward achieving those goals. So even though my number is 40, I actually have performance goals throughout each year that I want to achieve to get me to that milestone.
Excellent. Very good. We are in conversation with Andre Smith, the CEO of Flip and Floss, a financial literacy program that they offer. We'll be right back after these messages with more from Andre.
You can officially download our free GBKM app from the App Store and the Google Play Store, okay? Now, what is the best thing about this app? Well, it is that you have all of the features from the website that is portable, hand, ready to use, and ready to go. Now, I'm just gonna guide you through what we have available on our app right now. So here, this is the page where you can watch our live TV, our GBKM TV. You can watch live, enjoy the shows live. Now, if you go to our tabs, you can check out any shows you missed in the past shows tab, and that takes you to the past shows that have happened in the last week. And if you just scroll down, you can see those past shows in order, chronological order, with their dates next to them as well. So if you've missed a show, no worries, just go to the past show tab and you can catch up on your favorite GBKM entertainment. Going back to our menus tab again, you can check out our upcoming shows so you do not miss any past shows. You can check out our breaking news section, which is our newest section as well, to learn of any breaking news within the diaspora, across the globe, all of that good stuff, so you can stay engaged and up to date on what's going on with our breaking news tab on the GBKM app, and also available on the website. And as you can see, there are other tabs there. You can listen to our live radio, our live TV. You can learn more about our on-air personalities by going to our OAP tab. All of that good stuff.
Welcome back to the Smart Investing with Alton Brooks show on GBKM Network. You can find us at www.gbkm.tv. You can find us on the radio at the .fm, www.gbkm.fm, or via our app on Android or iOS. Thank you for joining us this evening. And we have the pleasure of having with us the CEO and founder of Flip and Floss, Mr. Andre Smith, with us this evening. And we continue our conversation. And we'll talk about, when it comes to investing, a lot of people may not necessarily have the knowledge or feel that they have the aptitude to understand it. How much time do you think people as a whole should spend trying to understand more about it? Or how much time should they spend reading to try to help formulate for themselves where they need to go?
That's a pretty good question. You know, I'd probably say anywhere between 20 minutes to an hour, depending on, you know, like how much time you have. But it's definitely something you want to read on every day. Like personal finance, you can never learn too much, and there's a lot to learn. You know, investing can be challenging for a lot of people. It's a new area, so you definitely want to make sure you understand. I would probably say start with doing a search about fundamentals of investing, so that you're learning basic concepts. But it's something that you're going to continue to learn. As much as I know a lot about investing, I still continue to learn, and I read every single day about
every
investing.
day. That's a lot of reading.
It is a lot of reading, but you know what? You learn a lot, good stuff.
Yeah. So in other words, you have to make a commitment to
You have to
doing
make
it
a
on a
commitment.
regular basis.
Definitely.
Now, speak about the pressures of family or other coworkers and other people when it comes to trying to understand what you're trying to do. Talk about when it comes to making better choices, how do you manage or handle that peer pressure or otherwise that may be there, whether it's family, whether it's coworkers, whether it's your neighbor, someone buys a car next door, you got to go buy a better car. Your brother, your sister, has a great wardrobe, so you got to go upgrade yours as well. So you have all these urges and pressures, but you're trying to do the right thing. So how do you sort of cope or manage that without sort of feeling that you're not being true to yourself?
Well, I mean, thankfully at home it's not like that, because my wife and I are on the same page when it comes to finances. But definitely with friends, it is a challenge. Because a lot of the times, my friends, they want to do things spontaneously. They want to go and get the latest everything, and a lot of my friends are quite flashy. And so it is really hard, because sometimes I'm around them and I feel like, oh my God, I haven't shopped in a while. I haven't gotten, I've had my car going over 7 years now.
Right.
And, I don't have the most expensive car. So it is there. The peer pressure is there from friends, and sometimes people tell me I'm too cheap or I'm too this. So it is really challenging. But it's one of those things, because I wasn't like this in terms of my finances. But you know that they say repeated behavior becomes a habit, right? And I think because I've been conditioning myself like this for quite a while, it's almost like I've developed the propensity to block out I want to call it noise, right? So
Right.
the pressure will be there, but it's something that will become a part of you over time. So you just keep pushing and take incremental steps.
Just
And
build up
so,
that intestinal fortitude.
yeah, there you go.
Well, as you talk about flossing, I'm just going to flip over to
Good
you
one. I
being
love
an
it.
author. And your first book, or maybe it's
Yes.
not your first book, but the first one that I've read, Living Purposefully Beyond the Walls of the Ghetto. Congratulations on you becoming a well-known author through this book.
Thank you.
And, I actually did read it quite thoroughly. It was quite personal, actually. And I commend you for, showing the strength that you showed and actually being so open about everything that, life is thrown at you. So I commend you for that. Before we continue, I'm just going to remind viewers, we're going to put up my email address on the screen. And we're going to give away a copy of this book tonight, along with a deck of playing cards as well, which is actually a flip and floss playing card deck, which actually teaches you while you play. So the first person that can tell me the university in Toronto that Mr. Smith went to will be the winner of his book and playing cards this evening. So take a look at your screen for the email address, and the first person with the right answer to his alma mater locally here in Toronto University will win this prize. All right. So looking back at the journey throughout the book that you talked about, do you have any regrets about any parts of it, or anything that you've gone through in life? Do you have any regrets about any of it?
I would say no. The things that some of the things I described in my book, they're beyond my control. But I think my journey, it has prepared me for the man that I've become, and I'm actually proud of the person that I am. Could certain things play out differently? Definitely, yes. Could I avoid certain experience? Yes. But I've used those to make me a better person. And reflecting on the person that I am today, I would say I don't really have any regrets. There are certain things that I've described in the book, and the winner of the book will actually get a chance to see what I talk about. But I think in terms of regret, the persons responsible for some of these things, they are probably going to be the ones in regret when they really see the person that I've become.
Right. Now, I'm not going to give anything away out of the book so that it doesn't ruin anything for anyone. But you talk about that getting your family out of the ghetto was one of the greatest achievements that you looked forward to. So I want to know, how did it feel when you actually accomplished that, when that day came and you were actually able to say, yes, I did it? How did that feel?
It actually felt really good, and it is crazy because it didn't feel that way until I got married and started my own family. That it really dawned on me that I'm actually out of the ghetto, and I have a new life, and I have my family, and all my siblings are here with me. But it felt really good because it is something that I really look forward to. At the time, it was my grandmother, but she's not here with us physically, but in spirit.
Right.
But definitely feels good. It's rewarding, and I think the other side to that, it's been given the platform to help other youths get out of the ghetto and to break free from some of the challenges that they experience. And I think that's really it for me.
Now, you're also a very young man, and to write such a powerful book so early, I found that very interesting. So tell us why you needed to write this book so soon.
There are two driving, all right. So my friend that I talked about in the book, and I think I'm giving away a little bit here, but when he passed, it was a big motivation for me, because what I realized is that a lot of people, when they tell their story, it's when they're much older. And so almost there's this disconnect between you and the youth we are trying to reach. And I'm trying to reach that youth, that young person who is currently in that situation, right? And so when you have a situation where the age is not too far from each other, I feel like it's a lot easier to connect with these people.
It's more
So I
pure.
want to be able to connect with young people to say, hey, look at me. I am not much older than you are. I have been there. You can get out too. And so that's what was my driving force, combined with when my friend passed away, and he died at a really young age. And so I wanted to inspire a lot of youth to make better choices.
That is great. Now, in closing tonight, give me one last answer to a question. What would you always like to do as soon as you get more time to do it?
Spend time with my son.
Okay, that is terrific.
It's crazy because I'll tell you, I love to be on the road doing things, but it's like these days is every time I'm out and I know I'm busy and I think about him and I'm like, no, I have to go home to go see him.
Nice,
So
nice.
definitely something I love doing is spending time with him.
Well, we don't get enough accolades as responsible fathers, and you only hear about the ones who are not. So I'm glad that you have a platform to say that, you're proud to be a father, you're proud to take your place and do your rightful duty and provide and be a great husband. So congratulations for that. I wish you much success in the future. I'm sure that you will be successful with the drive that you have, and look forward to you calling it a day at your choosing and doing what you wish to do much more earlier than you anticipated. So thank you again for joining us tonight. That is our show for this evening. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to spend with us. May you have a safe week, and join us again next Monday night as we have a new guest to speak with. Thanks again, and have a great evening.
Stuff. You can officially download our free GBKM app from the App Store and the Google Play Store, okay? Now, what is the best thing about this app? Well, it is that you have all of the features from the website that is portable, in your hand, ready to use and ready to go. Now, I'm just gonna guide you through.
This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
You go to Nigeria, you wake up, you go come. I just said now, I don't go to Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. Slices of humor to keep you entertained and thrilled. We are the GBKM Street Talk Team.
To the show, and to all my amazing viewers wherever you may be, if you are watching us live right now, I want to say thank you. So please note, we are live right now from the studio of GBKM in Toronto. So wherever you may be, because we have people from across the globe watching us from different time zones, wherever you may be, I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Spotlight Show once again. And remember, do not forget to like and subscribe to our channel so that all the wonderful episodes from Spotlight Show and every other show we have on our platform, on our network, you can be able to get notified. Have you downloaded the app yet? We have our own GBKM app. So please go to the App Store, Play Store, and download the app. So that way you can get notifications straight on your mobile devices, and you have access to current and past shows. And of course, we just took a break from the Parental Alienation show, and to bring you this show right now live. And if you've been watching that show, I want to say thank you, and we'll get back to that as well. So say thank you once again, and I want to say a quick thank you to for all my supporters, including you at home. If you are watching me from home, from your mobile device, from your TV, laptop and say thank you. And of course, to our corporate sponsors from, the African Young Entrepreneurs based in Johannesburg, doing amazing thing, www.ayeonline.org. Thanks to Imani Space as well. It's black-led, female-run. It's a shelter for women who are victims of domestic violence, homelessness, etc. So give them a call or reach out to them on www.imanispace.org. This show is made possible by Pan-Africa Arts, Culture and Trade Institute, PACATI, www.pwacati, and of course, Daniola Corporation. Thank you so much. And of course, we must say it's very special thank you to Top Run Consulting. They are the leaders in IT certification. And of course, you're looking for career change in IT, they are the place to go. www.toprun.ca. They have wonderful programs and certification. All right, what is today's show about? Today's show is quite interesting, This is just a costume, guys. So I don't work for the ambulance or anything. So I love uniforms, and hence why I'm wearing this today. So today's topic is very interesting. It's called what? Online grocery delivery and pickup service business. And we have someone in the studio today to tell us about their wonderful journey in this particular industry, and so that way we can learn from them. So I have a special guest on the show today, and I want to introduce you to my special guest. And with me is Betty Olatunde. So Betty, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very great. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. I'm so excited because, guys, I always tell people, I'm so amazed by online business, and I really want to know more. I want to really get to understand the dynamics, you understand, and how it works. Hence why I brought in a subject matter expert today who's going to tell us, her own journey into entrepreneurship and how she's been able to set up, an online grocery delivery and pickup service. So, Betty, it's better it comes from you. Who are you? Introduce yourself to our guest.
Certainly. So, Betty is my name. The name of our business is Dunamis Foods International, Inc. So Dunamis Food is an online grocery store where you can order your favorite grocery from the comfort of your home and have it delivered right at your door. Dunamis Food is also a hybrid business where we can bring in your items from Nigeria to Canada.
Oh my goodness, that's exciting, because not only are you doing a grocery delivery business, you're also doing logistics. That's correct. That's 2 in 1. So now that's eye-opening for me. So tell me, Dunamis Food, why did you decide to go into such a business? Grocery delivery, pickup service, and logistics. Why, of all the businesses, why that?
So for every establishment, there is always a story.
Yes.
And for Dunamis, we looked at the market. We looked at what we liked and what we do not like, what we cared for, and things that we could get rid of.
Okay.
So what we did a survey and we threw it out to all of Canadian provinces to get a lot of Africans' feedback on things that they could get rid of and things that they could see. From this survey, a lot of concerns were centered around customer satisfaction.
Oh.
So for Dunamis, we feel that if we could give somebody something that they cannot get anywhere else, certainly they will circle back to us. So in addition to that, we also look at the dynamic of the business life circle here in Canada. Balancing the demands in everyday life, work-life balance can be very, very rocky. And a lot of people had to settle for different alternatives.
True.
Unhealthy food because there is no time to balance work, do their grocery.
Okay.
So Dunamis was born to give you convenience and extremely satisfying experience.
Oh my goodness, I'm sold, guys. I'm sold. I understand. What's your customer base like? So do you cater to, any kind of grocery, be it European foods, Oriental food, or just mostly African?
For now, on our website, we have mostly African food.
Okay.
In the long run, we aim to diversify to a lot of European. You'll see that there's a lot of similarities in our products.
That's true.
Most of the things that we have are Chinese people. They eat the same thing, Indians and all that. So we intend to cater for all of the rest of the market, but a gradual start for the African market.
Oh my goodness, this is interesting. Everyone knows that. Of course, I'm African. You can tell by my color, and my country of birth is Nigeria. So I eat Nigerian food, and I like African food. And I do my grocery, and so this is a service I'll definitely use, and you're going to tell us more about this business. But before we go there, for those that's watching right now, okay. They may have a product, they may have a service, and they are a bit skeptical. Because remember, Spotlight shows we're here to empower, give people the information so they can make informed decisions. So what motivated you to go into this business? Apart from what you just said, what Dunamis does, as a person, You know, because most people are like, you know what, I better do a 9-to-5 job. I don't like the hassles of business and all that. But you took the bold step to say, you know what, let me partner with people. Let's get this business started. Let's close this gap. What motivated you to do that?
One of the great motivation why we established Dunamis was to fill up a vacuum. There was a void missing, especially in the black market.
Okay.
When you see that the statistics says 86% of Africans are unsatisfied with a lot of things when they see. So we thought to ourselves, what if we can redefine the overall grocery business outlook? What if we can redefine your expectation like you've never had it before?
Wow.
So we gave birth to Dunamis to fill up that void that's missing.
Wow, this is interesting. This is interesting. Oh my goodness. You know, so for everyone watching right now, you can hear from Betty. Okay, so Betty, before she even started, she had to do some survey. She did a market survey, and she saw the gap, and she saw the niche market, and she took advantage of that. This is very interesting. But you make it sound so easy. So tell me, were there any challenges at all on your journey?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Lots of challenges. There is no stepping stone without an actual stone. So when we initially launched, one of the things that was a great challenge to us was the website.
Okay.
After we launched, we realized that there was a different version for mobile, there was a different version for desktop, and it wasn't compatible for smartphones and all that. And after we launched, we had a lot of complaints where people were saying, oh, my we can't get it. We had to redefine, redid another website.
Okay. Wow, that's a whole lot of technological constraint there.
Yeah.
That's interesting. For anyone listening now, you can learn from their own shared experience. Okay, so apart from technology, were there any other challenges in being able to start this business or grow this business or make people aware of this business?
Yes. Apart from technology perspective, when we talk about the business itself, you will hear a lot of vendors tell you that shelf life for every inventory is 12 months. Understandably true, but one thing my partners and I will not compromise is your health at the expense of our profit. So with all our inventories, once it says expired, it is expired. It's out of stock.
Wow.
We throw it out and we get you fresh produce. When we did our survey and went to every other grocery store, we went to different stores and we asked them, how do you preserve this? And they told us, oh, you just scratch out the expiry date because it's still consumable. But one thing we guarantee our customers, because this is what Dunamis was born, extremely satisfying experience. We will not jeopardize our customers' health with our profits. So once it's expired, it's out of stock, you get fresh ones. We toss it out. This is a challenge because as a business, we want to make profit, but not at the expense of our customers' health.
Oh my goodness. So that's eye-opening. I personally do shop in, African foods, in African grocery shops. And personally, I've had experience whereby I bought something. When I get home, I notice it's spoiled or it's expired or something. We're too bad. Because sometimes for me to leave my home to go get those groceries, it's a bit of a drive. So which means the next time I'm opportune to even go there may be a week or 2 weeks after. Right. So you're telling me if I buy something from Dunamis, from your platform, and it gets delivered and I have any issue with it, I can return it at no expense to me.
Absolutely. At no cost, no expense to you. Just give us a call and everything is returned.
Oh my goodness, this is amazing, guys. So this is too good to be true. So we will definitely have to test this company to make sure that what Betty is telling me here, which I believe her, you understand, we can experience it. It's true. It's true because the biggest challenge we found, I mean, if you're watching me from Africa, you may not understand because back in the continent, people go to the market, people go to shop. But remember, your grocery shop is within your community. Some of them are, walkable distance.
That's right.
Especially in Toronto, in Greater Toronto area, other parts of Canada. Trust me, guys, you have to drive to grocery store except you're opportune to live within that vicinity where the store is located. So this is very, very huge, and I'm really grateful for you guys for bringing up this particular, business and then to solve this gap. No, it's really, really amazing and interesting. You talk about what motivated you. You talk about your challenge. Okay, so tell me now, some people may be out there watching us right now, or they will see this recording after the live show because we share it on YouTube and on WhatsApp, on various platforms. Okay. They've not heard of Dunamis Food before, so which means they've not used it. So tell me, what's your message to them?
My message to you would be, we give you convenience, satisfaction, and contentment. So you can take care of every other thing and let Dunamis do your errand for you, your groceries.
Oh my goodness. And not only that, you also have the guarantee. If you don't like it, if it's expired or there's anything wrong with the produce, you're giving a replacement free of charge.
That's correct.
That's amazing. I'm going to definitely try Dunamis food. Guys, you've heard from Bertie. We're going to go on a short break, guys. But when we come back, we have so much more information to share with you. Are you someone sitting and watching this video? You're looking for a new business to go into. Okay. Are you interested in online delivery and pickup service? Are you interested in logistics? Okay. We have, someone in studio today who can actually share experience that you can learn from. So sit back, relax. We're going to be right back after this short break.
My name is Carol, and I'm currently a project coordinator. I took the project management course. I learned a number of things, one of which was interview skills. I learned about the Agile framework and how that's very different from the waterfall model of project management.
At Top Run Consulting, the key unique area that we try to focus on is not to just impart certification knowledge, but the application of real-world tools.
Back in June 2017, I did the business analysis course at Top Run. I learned the basic and advanced skills and tools to be successful in business analysis field.
All right, welcome back. And if you're just joining us, this is the Spotlight Show. I'm your host, Jabez Napoleon Ogbole. You are watching us right from the GBKM studio in the city of Toronto in Canada. If you've been with us since we just went on a break, and we are back. And today we're talking about what? Online grocery delivery and pickup service business. And that's why we have in our studio today, the co-founder of Dunamis Food, Betty Olatunde, who has shared with us our experience so far. And this is very, very amazing, Betty. It's I can't wait to try. I haven't tried Dunamis food. I won't lie. I haven't tried it, but I can't wait to try it. So tell us, walk us through. For anyone watching right now, is there an app, or you have to go on the site, or you call?
We have a website.
Okay.
So you can go on our website. It's www.mydunamisfood.com.
Okay.
And our phone number is there. You can always place an order even by giving us a call.
Oh, okay. So the way it works is you go to the website, you see the cart. So you have all the different produce you have. So tell us, what kind of produce? Dry food?
We have dry
food?
foods. We have nippy meals, your Milo, your peak milk. We have chin chin. We have meat, frozen food. We have everything that you think of when you think of African food. When you sit back in your house and you think of Nigeria, the very thing that comes into your mind, check on our website. We have them all for you.
Oh my goodness, this is amazing. So it's like a Walmart for African food.
That's correct.
This is interesting, Betty. I like this. So somebody may be watching us because everybody says, good things happen in Toronto because it's very multicultural. We have a lot of population. So someone is probably watching now from BC or Manitoba or even from Halifax in Nova Scotia. How can they use the service?
Absolutely. So we deliver Canada-wide.
Okay.
So when you place your order, we have a three-step verification process.
Okay.
So once your order is placed, you get an email
Okay.
stating that your order has been confirmed.
Okay.
Somebody from our customer service representative will also give you a call to tell you that we have received your order.
Okay.
We process the order within 24 to 48 hours, and we send it out.
Oh my goodness.
And when your order is sent out, you also get a message.
That's interesting. So when I place the call, there's a personal touch because
That's correct.
I get a confirmation
That's
through
right.
a human voice, not a machine.
Not a machine.
Oh my goodness. So that's quite interesting because it gives people the convenience. Because our own, the African market, the demographics is quite unique because we got separate culture.
Right.
And we always like that human touch to everything.
Right.
And that gives people a lot of peace of mind, which Dunamis offers. That's very, very interesting. Thank you so much. So in terms of so I go in there, I make an order. Are there any additional costs or just delivery charge?
So depending on where you live, there's always delivery charge.
Okay.
For example, if you're in GTA, I think it's about $7.99.
Okay.
And then it depends on how far it is going, out of GTA or if it's going out of province. All the charges are there once you put in your postal code.
Goodness me, that's so affordable because it costs me more to drive because the price of fuel to a grocery store. Sometimes I have to queue up.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's nice. And so this is your site right now on the screen right now. So everybody can see the site. You can log in, you can register, you can even search for produce. This is really amazing. So it's very user friendly. I see.
It is.
Are there any product you will not offer currently or even in the future?
Not product that we have thought about.
Okay.
But what we do before we carry out any products, we look at the convenience, the comfort, and because these products come from Nigeria,
Okay.
we look at how consumable it might be,
Okay.
how feasible as well it might be.
Okay.
So when we hear what our customers want, we
Mhm.
listen to their feedback and look at the regulations behind the products
Okay.
in Canada.
Okay.
That is very mandatory before we carry anything.
Oh, okay. That's interesting because you just mentioned of Nigeria. So then Nigerians claim to be the giant of Africa because they have the most population. For a Sudanese or a South African or a Ghanaian watching, does that mean that the kind of produce that they expect won't be on your platform?
Not at all. Right now, we still have Banku flour.
Wow.
We have a lot of other Ghanaian things.
Mhm.
So we have a lot of African groceries, like
Mhm.
I said. And as time infuses, we will
Mhm.
pivot into more European food,
Mhm.
Oriental,
Mhm.
more towards every other.
Mhm.
But right now, we're focusing on Africa. And when I
Mhm.
say Africa, mostly Africa, a lot of African produce.
Okay. No, that's interesting. That's interesting. All right, this is mind blowing. Everyone that's watching. So you heard if you're from South Africa or you're from East Africa, or you're from any part of West Africa or Central Africa, go to the platform, check it out, because you see, our food is all similar. The brand may be different, but it's
That's
same
right.
what do you call it? Sorry,
Semolina.
Semolina, the same rice, long grain rice, or black eye beans, etc. So guys, check it out, and I know you won't be disappointed. So this is very interesting, and I like the fact that you give product guarantee.
That's correct.
Not only that, customer satisfaction is very key to you.
That's right.
Okay, which it's still a bit of challenge, you understand, in most small and upgrowing business. Being able to satisfy every customer is a big challenge there. So you do that. There's convenience as well, which is very interesting. And what I like the most is that whether you're in Toronto or you're in Greater Toronto area or in a different province, you can also use the cycle. It's a World Wide Web. Go there. All right. So tell me, what's your long-term goal for this business?
So every business is like a baby. When
Mhm.
you have a baby, you want to see them grow.
That's right.
So when you have a business like Dunamis, we want to see it grow.
Mhm.
So our long-term goal in the next 3 to 5 years,
Mhm.
we want Dunamis to build a big brand resonance in the mind of people.
Okay.
For example, if I say I want to take coffee, what's in your mind?
Tim Hortons. Yeah.
If
If you're
I
in
say
Canada.
I want to eat burger, what's in your mind?
McDonald's.
So that is the kind of brand resonance we want to build with Dunamis. In the next 3 years, if I say, hey, I need Milo, I need rice,
Go to
Dunamis. This is what we were trying to build.
Oh man, this is interesting. So tell me, so I see that you're trying to have that brand presence, so that way you become a market leader in this domain, which is good because you're one of the first. I know there are competitors out there, you understand, but you're one of the first that cater specifically to a niche market, which is the
That's right.
African market, which is very interesting because you can go to Walmart today, you don't get a lot of African produce. You can go to Costco, you don't get it. You still have to go to,
Yes.
convenience stores that cater primarily to those produce. But what you've done is bridge that gap and make it so convenient. I go in there and I can order. So do you have plans to also have other kind of produce, be it something I could get from Costco or Walmart, maybe European goods, Asian goods, etc.?
I would say a yes,
Okay.
but not directly.
Okay.
So first of all, we want to really, really cater into the African market.
Okay.
And in the long run, we will pivot into every other African goods, but not specifically produce from Walmart and all that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I like that. So, you're not trying to take the market share with Walmart.
No.
You're trying to remain unique and
Yes.
cater to a specific,
Yes. Niche.
customer sector, which is
That's
which is wonderful. Thank you so much, and I really like that, guys. I hope you've been informed, and I hope you're going to take actionable steps because not only the Betty and our partners in this business see a niche. They did their own, market analysis to understand what is missing out there, what we are looking for, and they took a bold step. So this is for everyone out there. Remember, the topic of the show is online grocery business pickup service, online grocery delivery and pickup service. This is very interesting. Okay, now let's go back. Let me ask Betty this. Some may be watching us right now, like, oh, I like that business idea. I've been thinking about it for so many years, but they didn't act because early entry is very important. Like what we say, no matter how far you go, today if you have a pop, pop or what do people call it, soda,
Right.
and it's black in color, your mind goes to Coca-Cola or Pepsi,
That's right.
okay? Because it could be Total Pepper, it could be something else, but it's registered in people's mind. And you just made mention that in the future, this is what you want to resonate in people's mind.
Right.
So for those people out there who think it's not possible, okay, to dream of an idea, okay, to take actionable steps and birth a business, what do you want to them?
What I'm going to say is, everything is possible. Like, there is this satisfaction that is sweet to think if you attain a height that you thought was formerly impossible. So if you have a business idea, first of all, you have to think of what is the business you're doing.
Okay.
Is it solving a problem? Are you trying to just fill competition's needs? Or are you trying to meet peer pressure? Are you just trying to create a business? If you have a vacuum or a void that you're trying to maybe meet a need or answer a question, you go for it. And you see that there's a lot of people looking for answers to that question, and just give them the solution.
Oh my goodness, I like the way you put that. Just like, I mean, let me say, just like Nike. Nike said, just do it. You know,
Yes, just do it.
Just do it. People are scared of taking a bold step because they're like, oh, what if I fail? So what?
You have to try.
You have to
'Cause
try.
You never know whether it might be good. Every good business, they have to give it a try. You don't know whether it's good or not. But as long as it answers a question, it's a great idea.
I like that. I like that. So you're listening. I didn't say it. You know, Betty said it because she is someone that you have to listen to because she's been there and she's done it. So I'm very, very grateful for that response, Betty. So let me ask you, in terms of expansion, are you looking for investors? Are you at that stage yet? Or you're like, no, I want to grow it organically?
For now, we are trying to grow it organically. So from when we started, our sales and revenue is really, really great. And we haven't really looked at the factor of getting any investors. But if any opportunity comes in the future where we can't finance anything, we're more than happy, absolutely, to seek investors' help.
Oh, okay, awesome. No, that's interesting because you know this is like a baby to you, so you want to really nurture it to the point, you know, where you want it to be before you look for external forces who come and take a share of your business. And I like that. Because one thing about Canada, guys, and this is why I like Canada. Canada is one of the countries in the world that actually support entrepreneurship, specifically female entrepreneurs. They don't play with females in Canada, and that's why I like it. So that's quite interesting. Why don't we talk about your competitors? Because people will be saying, oh, okay, there's so many, let me use a scenario. The taxi industry was so, you know, was very close industry whereby for it to enter was very hard because there were like people who dominated the industry until someone came with technology called Uber to disrupt that. And today, everybody, I'm sure you used Uber before. I've not called it taxi for like years now. Uber has been my go-to. Okay, so now people are like, okay, how do you compare against your competitors out there? People may say, oh, why should I use Dunamis Food? There are other competitors out there. What would you say to such people?
There may be a lot of competitions out there, but it depends on what the competition is offering. For me, I offer satisfaction. First of all, I want to give my customers something they cannot get anywhere else.
Okay.
That's one. And number two, I don't compromise the health of my customers with anything, with my profit. I also if you look at my website, I have IT technicians that work on that website. So for you, what that means is your information secured at all times.
Wow.
There's a lot of competition. Right now, as a result of the global pandemic, a lot of people might be offering, you know, delivery, but your assurance, what can they give to you? They may have to maybe pivot their other business ideas from ordinary store to do deliveries. But I don't think, and I don't believe that they are Dunamis. They may be like Dunamis, but they are not Dunamis.
I like that. They may be like Dunamis, but they are not Dunamis. So guys, you know, a trial will convince you. You know, enough has been said. So I want you to go to those websites. If you're watching us live right now, just check it out. You know, take a look at this. Send us questions. You can send us questions at spotlight@gbkm.fm. Okay, and you know, give us your feedback. And obviously, we may have to bring Betty back to the show to tell us more about their growth. You know, we keep track because we are yet to be our brothers' helpers and our sisters' keepers. In that way, we need to be able to create generational wealth. That is what I'm always about on this program. The need for the next generation to have something to continue with, just like Coca-Cola and the Pepsis of the world. You know, they outlive generation, and that's what we want to do. So Betty, this has been so interesting and eye-opening, and you know, we'll look forward to having you again. But before we let you go, because remember, it's a 30-minute show, and when you're having fun, time flies. Okay, we're trying to round up now. So tell me, so what do you have? You know, for those watching us, maybe listening or watching this recording, and they're like, okay, I want to go into an online business. It may not necessarily be a grocery business. Or I want to be an entrepreneur. You know, want to provide a good or service, okay? And I know you shared a little light into that before, just do it, okay? But right now, specifically, before you leave, why don't you give us, your last words, your words of encouragement. Those who haven't tried Dunamis, what are they missing?
So for those who haven't tried Dunamis, what you're missing out comfort. You're missing out time that you could have spent with family to do something else. Give that to Dunamis. Let us run that for you. You're also, and then for other people who wanted to give, because that was your question?
Yes.
If you wanted to give businesses a try, what my last word for you? Again, one thing I always reiterate to people, if you see that there's a vacuum, there's a void that is needed, do your research and go for it. Because before you think of that idea, somebody else have it. So if you think you have a unique business idea, another person have that exact same idea, but maybe fashioned in a more different way. So if you've done your research and you see that it answers the questions or it creates a need, go for it. Just do it.
Yes, thank you so much. You heard it from Betty. Just do it. Whatever that idea may be, whatever that product or service, whatever that talent it is, you can monetize it. You can create a business empire. Just do it, like Betty said. Betty saw a gap. She did her own analysis, and today we have Dunamis Food. Dunamis Food is a reality, and Dunamis Food is something I'm going to be trying constantly, because what I like about the company is the fact that you have your own produce and you guarantee it, and of course it's going to save me a lot of gas. It saved me a lot of time walking around grocery stores and looking for okra or looking for beans or yam or gari and etc. And I like that. And for my Ghanaian friends, some of the produce we talk about were Banku, exactly. For my South African friends, you're looking for maybe all kinds of groundnut oil, sunflower oil, you're looking for some kind of flowers, whatever you. Guys, let's support our own, and this is very interesting. I want to make sure that this business grow, and that way it becomes a household name, guys. So let's you see, innovation spurs creativity. If she wasn't the first, she won't be the last. You having same thought, why not? We encourage everybody, and she's encouraging you as well. But I mean, there may be other Dunamis out there, but they are not like Dunamis. Thank you so much, Betty. It's been so interesting, and I hope one of these days we can also bring you back to the show to tell us about your growth and any new challenges.
Certainly, absolutely.
Awesome.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. All right, guys, as we come to the end of the show, I'm always out there seeking new information that's going to help you and I. So I will always keep telling you that, generational wealth is very important. Be a role model wherever you find peace. If you find peace in your home country in Africa, you're an immigrant, you're in Canada, or anywhere else, why not make it your home? Not only make it your home, I'm a Christian, so I will tell you, the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is expected. Participate in community events, okay? Give back, okay? Be a role model in your home, in your community, wherever you find yourself, be a positive influence, guys. So remember, we are here every week on Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, okay? So never miss the live recordings, and of course, you have this recording on our YouTube channel, on the GBKM app as well. I want to say thank you so much. So start thinking of that business idea, okay, that produce you need to monetize, okay? If it's a career, why not? Build that strong career and grow, okay, and help others as well. Have multiple streams of income. I always tell you, your network, your network determines your net worth, okay? If you're always networking with broke people, you're always going to be broke, or you're going to be the big fish in that pond, okay, guys? And network with like minds as well. I can't stop preaching this, you understand? We want the futures of Africa to change the narrative and be able to inspire others to do the same. There is what? Power in numbers. So I'm going to leave you with this. Okay, guys? Remember, you're always in the spotlight. The change you seek begins with you. Good night.
My name is Karo, and I'm currently a project coordinator. I took the project management course. I learned a number of things, one of which was interview skills. I learned about the Agile framework and how that's very different from the waterfall model of project management.
At Top Run Consulting, the key unique area that we try to focus on is not to just impart certification knowledge, but the application of real-world tools.
Back in June 2017, I did the business analysis course at Top Run. I learned the basic and advanced skills and tools to be successful in business analysis field.
This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
You go to Nigeria, you wake up, you go come. I just said now, I don't go to Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. Slices of humor to keep you entertained and thrilled. We are the GPK Ham Street Talk Team.
Good afternoon, live from Toronto on the GBCAM network. Welcome to the Chat Up Show, the show where we catch you up, the chat up of our weekly headlines. I'm your host, Elizabeth Aloidi, and I hope that you are ready to chat it up with me today. Now, as always, you know you can keep up with the GBCAM network in various ways. You can listen and watch live 24/7 at www.gbkm.fm or www.gbkm.tv, where you can also catch up on any past shows you may have missed. You can check out our upcoming show schedule, learn a little bit more about our on-air personalities, check out our breaking news tab as well for news that spans across the globe, and you can like, share, comment, subscribe, all of that good stuff. You can watch us live on Facebook at GBCAM Network and YouTube at GBCAM Network. You can also follow us on Instagram and Twitter at GBKM Network. Yes, you may have noticed we've changed our handles just for a little more ease to keep up with us here on the GBKM network. See what I did there? You can also download our free app to keep up with us, where you get live notifications as soon as we go live every time, so you never worry about missing a show. And in case you do miss a show, do not worry, because we have all of the same features available on our website on our app. Now, the app is free to download for all iOS and Android devices. So go on ahead and download that app so you can continue to keep up with us and watch all of your favorite shows, keep up with all the important news that's going on around the world. Now, today we are joined by two very special guests, but before we get into that, as we know, Ontario is still under, or yet again, under another state of emergency and lockdown, and there are a few more lockdown restrictions put in place. But vaccine rollout continues across the province, with more pop-up vaccination centers happening in hotspot communities. We actually went last week to one that was happening in the Jane and Finch area to check out what was going on there. But for those watching at home waiting to see when they will be able to go get vaccinated, make sure you updated, and we'll keep you updated, finding out which postal codes will be having these pop-up vaccinations available for those who are 18 years old and over. And with that, Ontario has also released the province's budget for 2021-2022, which included budgets to improve vaccination rollout, expanding testing, expanding long-term care spaces, more childcare options, and funding for small businesses. Now, to discuss this, as I mentioned before, I will be joined with Deputy Leader of the Ontario New Democratic Party and MPP, or now officially Dr. Sarah Singh. Welcome to the show, Dr. Singh.
Thank you so much for having me on today, Elizabeth. Really looking forward to our conversation.
Of course, me too. And we're also joined by GBKM's political analyst, Romaine Redman. Welcome to the show, Redman.
I was Elizabeth. Thank you so much for having me on today. Looking forward to the discussion as well as the MPP say.
Yes, great stuff. Now, we're going to dive into the budget. Just let's start there right now. Now, what were your initial thoughts about this new budget, Sarah?
You know, I think with the budget, we were very hopeful that we would see, the investments that we needed to protect our community, real direct supports for businesses, for example, increased vaccination capacity for hotspot communities, paid sick days, for example, was another measure that I think we were all hoping for in the spring budget, but we simply didn't see that. So I think that for many people, there were a lot of disappointments around the release of the budget. budget. Many people were hopeful that there was going to be relief, some discussion or impacts around, post-COVID economic recovery. We didn't see that in this budget. And so I think it really falls short of what we needed to see for our communities.
Mm-hmm. And Romain, from your understanding as well, just bouncing off what Sarah said as well, that, we didn't see a lot of funding available for those who have been hard hit, especially with the paid sick leave, which has been a hot button issue for a very long time now. What were your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. What I was essentially looking for in this budget is a recovery plan, right? And a recovery plan and complementary spending to help us not only secure our economy, but also secure the people in that economy who is driving that economy, right? So I was looking for spending in regards to the rollout of the vaccine. I'm looking for capacity and infrastructure building, and not just infrastructure in the traditional sense of understanding infrastructure, highways, and all that stuff, but in people that I consider to be integral part of the infrastructure. And the spending to that extent did not match up to what I was looking for.
Yeah. As you said, that's a sentiment a lot of people shared as well. What was in this budget wasn't what we felt. It wasn't enough, almost, it seems, to really deal with what we've been having to deal with during this whole pandemic. We're still in the thick of it. And the budget did mention spending for vaccine rollouts, hospital services, expanding testing and long-term care spaces, hard hit during this pandemic. But would you say that this is not enough to reduce the strain, especially on our healthcare sector? Sarah?
Absolutely. I would say that it wasn't even a drop in the bucket compared to what we needed to see. And, investments in long-term care are always welcome. I think, what we want to see happening in long-term care is also, not only investments in long-term care, but, for example, in home care and community-based care, and not even a single dollar allocated towards home care or community-based care services. And those organizations really are fundamental with respect to reducing the strain on, for example, our hospital or long-term care system. And so, when you look at the budget, where we could have been proactively investing in communities, just as Mr. Redmond indicates, really investing in people to help us recover. The budget doesn't do that. The budget also didn't help shore up, for example, staffing shortages in long-term care. Really falls short of making sure that there was, for example, a permanent pay increase for PSWs who have been at the forefront of this battle against COVID-19 in our long-term care system. Very little for them. A permanent pay increase is what we wanted to see. They are only getting a temporary pay bump. So when you think of what could have been invested in through this budget, it really didn't, go far enough to really help address the systemic issues. Today, as we learned, the Auditor General's report has also been released, value for money audit with respect to one. Last week we saw the Retirement Homes Regulatory Authority, but this week we learn about the government's COVID-19 response in our long-term care homes. And knowing what was in this report and many of the sort of crises that we saw throughout long-term care, this budget didn't address any of those concerns, or to help at least quell the fears that people have with respect to what's happening in our long-term care homes at the moment.
Yeah. Bring up the point that you mentioned about how there's not as much investment in people and staffing, especially, which is a point that the Nurses Association has also brought up, that there wasn't enough funding allocated towards actually staffing understaffed care, even the healthcare sector in general. Now we're seeing the province asking, the U.S. and the Philippines to essentially send volunteer doctors to come and help ease that strain. Do you think that is a step in the right direction, or it's a little too late now?
I think when we look at how other governments have responded to COVID-19 and addressed their staffing shortages, look at Quebec and what they were able to do over the summer, recruiting over 7,000 PSWs to their province. This government had all summer, nearly a year now, for what they knew was an impending third wave. This is no surprise to anyone. So I think, these last minute ditch efforts to sort of, call on others to come and clean up the mess that's been created here in Ontario is really unfortunate. You can also note that just recently the government refused the assistance of the Red Cross. So it doesn't quite make sense what the government is doing in terms of its pandemic preparedness, and then also taking action throughout the course of the pandemic. It's all a little too late, and we find them just sort of grasping at straws now to try to just, make sure that people have supports when, again, had they prepared appropriately, had they planned, had they actually made the investments that we needed them to make at the start of this pandemic when they received money from the federal government, we may not find ourselves in the situation that we do currently. So I think, right now what they're trying to do is just try to put a Band-Aid on something that really, required triaging and a lot of support and investments from the beginning.
I would like to add to the catch-up by MPP, because it's not even catch-up in the general sense, like we're catching up to make things better, but it's more like catching up to save face a little bit, because we still look at how much is being invested, and a lot of that will have to be supplemented by the federal government through their allocations in the 2021 budget. When we look even at the efforts right now, how do you refuse the Red Cross when they save us during the last outbreak, right? So it's not catch up in the general sense as you're trying to catch up to make it better, but trying to catch up to just save face a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, another thing that a lot of folks have had an issue with is the vaccination rollout. The government has said that, the Ford government has said that they are planning to add more funding towards that plan that they have in place, to go by age, but then now also having more pop-up vaccination centers. And just regarding these pop-up vaccination centers, do you believe, I'm going to start with Romain first, and then we're going to go on to Sarah. Do you believe that this should have been something that had started from the beginning instead of going age to age? Or would you say that, going through the different age demographics was probably the best option?
What I would say is that the third lockdown came with a multitude of opportunities for the to exploit, right? We heard in the first wave, second wave, where the outbreaks were, where the heavy hit communities, the postal codes, and those are communities that are, of course, servicing of the sectors which are not jobs that can be done from home. We're talking about those logistic facilities in terms of getting food out to the population, getting supplies out to supermarkets. So at the top of the agenda should have been pop-up centers in and around those areas. When we talk about getting them in pharmacies, of course, but the opportunity here was to really target those hotspot places, especially those plants where the outbreaks are abundant, and really stem the effect from there. Because even if we look out where in communities and regions right now in Kitchener, where we don't have that tight and that concentrated outbreak kind of situation happening, had it been that, the focus was placed on the Peel region, on the Toronto region, on in and around the GTHA in terms of getting those vaccines in, we heard the 25% top-up, 25% top-up of these communities. When these are the communities that are hard hit, there should have been greater focus.
This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section powered by the masses.
You go to Nigeria, you wake up, you go come. Ask yourself now, I don't go to Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. Slices of humor to keep you entertained and thrilled. We are the GBKM Street Talk Team.
Be on it. Welcome to your favorite show, The Discussion. I'm your host, Chelsea Okunji. Thank you for joining us on the GBKM network. If you haven't yet, you should download our app. Search GBKM on Android or iOS. Today we have a very special topic. It's called Promoting the African Culture. And with me today, I have a very special guest as well joining me in the studio. I'm excited to introduce who this is. She is a two-time published author, an advocate for educating African students and children about the culture, and she is just an all-rounder. Please help me in welcoming Ekiwa Irie. Hi.
Hi, thank you for having me. Hi, Chelsea.
Hi, Eki. Thank you very much for joining us today. So, how did you get into writing children's books?
I got into writing children's books because I happen to have kids. As I became a mother, I've always been fascinated with African history, African culture. And when I became a mother, I wanted to share more about my history and culture with my kids using picture books. And at the time that I was searching, I was shocked that I didn't find anything that I would read to my kids. And that was what led me to...
This is not your regular show. It is an interactive section, powered by the masses.
You go to Nigeria, you wake up, you go come. Ask yourself now, I don't go to Nigeria.
Where we discuss issues that cut across politics, security, health, current affairs, governance, and so much more. Slices of humor to keep you entertained and thrilled. We are the GBKM Street Talk Team.